Well, a very happy new year to you from the beauty of Sigulda in Latvia as we start our fourth EBERSPAECHER Luge World Cup event. Of course, all roads lead to Milan Cortina. We are not too far away now, just a month away from the Winter Olympics that mean so much to all of these athletes. Glorious surroundings here in the Gauja River Valley, about an hour east of Riga, just to place us geographically. A very, very technically demanding track this, which suits the home athletes. Results historically have told us that this is a big chance for Latvia to make some luge noise here over these 2 days. Now, Mark Hatton, I'm delighted to say, is alongside me to talk us through just what's going on in terms of all of these preparations. Firstly, a very happy new year to you, Mark.
And to you. It's great to be back and sliding again into the new year. First World Cup of 2026. And you hit the nail on the head. I mean, Sigulda, it's so technical. It's so demanding on the athletes. But the athletes love coming here because it's a real test of what they can do. And that home field advantage for the Latvians. For years, the Germans struggled on this track. Over the last few years, they've managed to find a way to win on this track as well, which makes for incredibly close racing. One of the Latvian athletes there warming up, and it is just beautiful here. Anna Beretta, again, someone who's had a great season this year. And yeah, with Sigulda, they get a World Cup every year. And that means that the athletes are familiar with this track. It's not like when they go to Placid last week, where it's all new to them. They've had limited training here. All the athletes have had lots of runs, and that makes for really tight racing.
Barito, we saw there a former winner here, and lots of quality, of course, as always, in this field. Overall, in terms of the women's singles, which is where we focus, first of all, Frabel and Proc level on 185 ahead of Sigulda in the overall World Cup standings. Then Schwarz, then Taubitz, who won last time, who seems to be coming strong, finding form at the right time. And Britscher, of course, who's only taken part in a couple of the events so far, is there on 170. So those World Cup standings matter, but increasingly, as we move forward, these World Cup events matter enormously, of course, but the Olympic Games comes into view, doesn't it?
This is it. It's getting to the business end. And, you know, the initial races in the autumn, they were important. It's all to do with qualification. But now a lot of the testing's been done, and we go back to that inter-team rivalry. Limited spots, even on the big teams. And the battles for the second or third spot on those teams in Milan Cortina at this point is heating up.
It is worth just reminding you, making the point about those inter-team rivalries. We've said it often in this season so far, but remember, just 3 athletes per team, for example, in the men's and women's singles. So if you were the number 4 German or Austrian single slider, you're probably top 10 in the world, or thereabouts anyway, top 15. You will not be going to the Olympic Games. It is that brutal.
Absolutely, and I think what we're looking at is maybe 3 teams having 3 athletes in the Olympics, because there's such a limited number of spots this time round. We've gone from usually around 36 women to 25 in Milan Cortina. So that, again, it's made it really tight amongst the top teams as well, because this isn't something they've had to deal with in the past, you know, having to fight for that 3rd spot. But now you're looking at athletes like even Max Langenhan, who couldn't put a foot wrong last year. Well, now Felix is having a little resurgence late in life. And there's Timon Grancagnolo chasing in the men's. And there's, I mean, looking at Taubitz this season, she's, I think she must have been testing stuff early season. And after Christmas, I think she's going to come out with a bang.
Yeah, but less room for maneuver than there is usually. Now look at that, on stilts. Something so thrilling about the top of that course, and that gives you such a good idea of what these athletes face. Of course, we're going to give you a better one, hopefully, in a few moments' time. Mark, as always, we enjoy that's going to give us his POV run down the course as well. We'll have a look at the virtual pictures of the course too, but 1,200 meters long, 99-meter drop, maximum gradient round about 9 degrees here. It is shorter than, for example, Lake Placid, but very, very technical. It's not the motorway that we saw there. It's a different kind of challenge, and that's the nuance that you see over the course of the season. So that's where we are, and this is the track. The length for the women's singles, 1,000 meters, vertical drop of 111.5, 13 corners in all, and there they are in all of their glory. You can see the start for the women, and away they go. And remember, it is worth reminding you, if you're new to this wonderful sport, they are going down the side of a mountain. There's nothing artificial about this. They head towards that finish, short and sweet and very, very difficult. And that's a great picture, isn't it, from our drone, looking down over the course here at Sigulda. And Mark will have a chance to talk us through the challenge now, Mark.
And here we go from the view from the women's start. This is into curve 6. And this is the upper labyrinth. This is where position on the sled is so important. Remember, they're working on their own aerodynamics. Critical curve here, 11. You've got to get in early to 12 and get that cross to 13. As you see, they're carrying that height. And here we have one of the longest straightaways in the sport. This is where the athletes can really stretch out. Signature curve, 15. 5 or 6 G in the exit of that curve, negative G on the exit, into this 360-degree kreisel, and then a slightly uphill finish line just to make it interesting at the end.
So there you have it. Beautifully done as always by Mark. Those POVs give us a real sense of the challenge that lies in wait, and there's the weather that faces them, Mark.
Well, we can't seem to get out of autumn at the moment. It should be winter. There's snow on the ground, but that 1.7 air temperature could make a difference to our later runners today as the ice softens up and frosts up.
Track record, Merle Frabel, Madalena Egler. The start record now, of course, a doubles athlete. Great record here, and there's that Latvian flag flying proudly. Fischnaller won the Nations Cup. Oberstolz was 5th, hence that sort of reverse order. The big names coming a little lower down. Frabel and Taubitz, our winner last time, and Britscher and Farquharson. Proc, of course, flying in that opening event too. And then we go back to the other qualifiers from the Nations Cup. You guys who've been watching all season will be aware 30 go here and then 20 go tomorrow. The singles are going to be today and tomorrow, which I know Mark likes because it gives you a little bit of a sense of that sort of Olympic style tension day to day, and we're going to have both doubles events today. So a busy day today, and then tomorrow the second runs of the singles and the third mixed event of the season.
Always gets such a good crowd here in Sigulda. No, there's not much in Sigulda apart from the track, and the locals come out in force for bobsleigh, luge and skeleton.
When I say mixed tomorrow, I meant team relay, by the way. That's what's coming up, the third of 6 in the team relay tomorrow, which is always fun. But now we hope to see Alexandra Oberstolz, the Italian, 5th in the Nations Cup, who will be our first athlete of so many. 114 sleds from 22 nations here, 37 women, 42 men. Only the best have qualified, and Oberstolz will get us underway. The daughter of Christian Oberstolz and Anastasia Oberstolz, the former Italian lugers. She came through the Winter Youth Olympics, triple medalist in Gang 1. In 2024, only 18. One who is currently on the fringes, but as she gets older and more experienced, wants to be plenty more than that. Interestingly, 2 Latvian athletes to follow. In fact, 4 of the Latvian sliders in the opening 8 here, so there's going to be a lot of local interest as Oberstolz, always something exciting about this, Mark, becomes our first athlete down on the course over the course of these 2 days.
And the track is looking in prime condition. We've had track records in training, as we see Oberstolz round 11 into 12. Lots of height in 12, but that got her nicely into 13. And there's this long straightaway that I was telling you. Look at that aerodynamic position from Oberstolz.
So important to be in that good position down the long straightaway. She comes round down towards the Bottom of the course here, Oberstolz, 42.291. Ziegler likes it. Nod of the head, round of applause. And Oberstolz, always difficult to be out first, but it can, of course, be a big advantage.
That lovely fresh ice. This is a great shot, isn't it? You see how close you can get to the track. If you're ever lucky enough to be in one of these resorts and you get to go to a track, you can literally feel the speed of the sled as it goes past. But I remember seeing Alexandra Oberstolz at the Youth Olympics, and she is one of the most natural sliding athletes I've seen in my life.
Big smile from her. Nazana Kaluma, one of our 4 Latvians in the opening 8 here. She was 4th here in the Nations Cup. She was 2nd in the Nations Cup in Lake Placid, but then 22nd in that first run. A real disappointment for her, that, having flown earlier on in the week. There's that Latvian team all ready to scream her down the track here, and we can take a look instantly at her start. She's already in the red, Oberstolz, with a really nice solid run to start things off as Kaluma looks to find her racing rhythm here.
That home field advantage that the Latvians have. Expect to see Kaluma start to catch Oberstolz further down the track, but that was a beautiful run from Oberstolz, and it's stabilized right now. This is pretty faultless from Kaluma as she goes down that long straightaway, and this is where that huge 5G exit is, uphill, so you get negative gravity. You can't even breathe on the sled because it might break away when it goes so light. She's in the green. Great run from Kaluma.
Now, you might have noticed in the back of the picture when we saw Oberstolz just finishing that the mascot here from Sigulda was running round under the track, and obviously we know where the mascot has now arrived to stand and entertain us at the finish line. Good run from Kaluma, who takes the early lead here, and her teammate Margita Sirsnina is going to follow straight away. She'll be happy with that. Zane Kaluma. Now Sirsnina. So much pressure on these Latvian athletes, both in terms of Olympic qualification, but also just performing here at home. It means an awful lot, this. She crashed in that first run in Park City, you might remember, but 3rd here in the Nations Cup. An in-out season so far for Margita. All that encouragement at the start, and what is her start like? Just outside that of Zane Kaluma. It's looked a little bit awkward there from Sirsnina, and these small errors at the top, as Mark is always telling us, can be compounded as they head down the course.
It's a 10-11 transition, such an important curve. 11, you have to be so fast moving your body on the sled from curve to curve. And then this long straightaway again. We saw the women start earlier. We saw a little problem. We're going to see how much that compounds.
Still in the red here, Sirsnina. So that Kaluma run looking pretty good at the moment. Sirsnina is going to need to fly, and she flies into that wall and loses time. 2nd, so ahead of Oberstolz. Didn't lose that much, but behind her teammate. She'll be disappointed with that.
Yes, Sirsnina's first season on World Cup. This is where we see her in this upper labyrinth. We saw her have that problem in the start as well. This start curve, curve 4, it's designed to be driven from men's start. So from women's start, because you're coming in for an angle, you almost have to straighten the sled up so that it goes into the curve at the correct angle. You see her heading out of Kreisel there. Kreisel's such a good home field advantage for these athletes because the shades, the sunshades that cover it are never up. So it's very difficult for other teams to learn about that big 360-degree curve.
Sandra Robacha, who turned 31 on December the 13th, from South Tyrol, like most of the Italian luge athletes. 2nd here in the Nations Cup, 19th in Park City, 12th in Lake in the green straight away, hunting down that time of Kaluma. Really good at the top of the track here from Sandra Rabacha.
That start curve from Rabacha, as you say, Dave, was just absolutely how it should be done. Just getting pushed away from curve 12, having to straighten the sled up and a bit loopy through there as well. Gets it back together, though. Blind exit. Saw her going towards that left wall, and then that negative G here. You see the straightaway going uphill.
It's excellent from Rabacha. Really solid run with her teammate to come, and look at that. Rabacha and Kaluma dead level in terms of time. What a remarkable sport that they're level after just over 42 seconds. Can't even be separated by a thousandth.
Incredible. One of the only sports timed till a thousandths of a second, Luge. See this big start and this start curve. See a little skid, but I think that was one of the better start curves we've seen so far. But that blind exit out of 14, you saw the direction she got to the left. She had to take some evasive action there.
And you can't help but think, maybe slightly mischievously, imagine if that happens in the Olympics. Because we've had a thousandth, as we were talking before Christmas, has separated an athlete from a gold medal before. Now then, this is going to be interesting. Emily Fischnaller, who won the Nations Cup, as she did in Lake Placid. She's faded in her second run in her efforts so far this season. She needs to put 2 solid runs together. If she does, we know just how good she is, of course. Sweeney of old, Fischnaller now in the green, up at the top of the track. One of the very best to do it, this lady.
And a great transition from 10 to 11, a little late into 12. Deals with it well. You see that 13, she's dealt with that mistake beautifully. As you say, Dave, Fischnaller's, she's got to be due a result sometime. She's been so close.
Well, she was second after that first run in Lake Placid, ended up fading to 4th, 13th in Park City. Little bump at the end here, but still good enough. And Fischnaller into the lead with a big smile, and a big smile of relief, I would have thought, as well.
Yes, Emily has had a tough season, but she's fast here. The Americans do well here. As you see this great aerodynamic position out of 15, and this is that uphill section I was talking about. You come out with so much speed from curve 15 that the sled gets really light. So if you're not online, it's really difficult to correct. See, exit Kreisel there. So often the athletes hit on the left wall. Unless you go perfectly early and parallel into that Kreisel, it tends to put you up and down. You tend to loop it a little bit, and then you meet that left wall on the exit.
Well, we certainly will see her tomorrow. She's going to be top 20 for sure. Here's Natalie Marg, who's got much on the line these coming weeks. The Swiss athlete targeting those Olympics. She was 5th in that Olympic test event in Milan Cortina. She flew in the second run, and if she could do that in a month's time, who knows what might happen. Slightly awkward from her. Little bumpy start. She's not going to be as quick here as Fischnaller. Remember, a new standard set by Fischnaller. Already Marg over 1/10 of a second outside of that time.
Yeah, that start curve really affecting Natalie. But it's a good smooth section through here from 11 to 12. Very high on the exit at 12. Deals with it, but only just.
So Marg still outside, well outside that time of Fischnaller, over 2/10 behind. This is not a vintage run here from Natalie Marg, and she certainly needs a couple of those here in Sigulda, but down into 5th. That's disappointing for Natalie Marg. She might not have expected to eclipse Fischnaller there, but she would have wanted to be higher than that.
Definitely, and I think if you speak to many of the women lugers, they'll say, what's the toughest curve on the track? And everyone thinks it's the big, expansive, impressive curves, and it's actually that start curve is so difficult for the women. As we see a great shot, exit 14. It's a very wide straightaway, lots of space to make mistakes, but also a real possibility for the athletes to shine as they go down that longest straightaway in our sport.
Now, Next couple of athletes, fascinating. Elina Botta, won here in Sigulda, one of the events last season and in the previous season. 8th in Winterberg, 17th Park City, 9th in Lake Placid. Can she get onto the podium, maybe on top of it again here in Sigulda? She knows this place inside out, and it's a great start from Botta, already inside Fischnaller. Can she make this error-free? Can she move into the lead? She absolutely loves this place.
She's had so much success here, and we see, it was interesting seeing on the start the different approach. The coach is keeping very quiet. She doesn't like a lot of noise on the start, and she's dropped to just 13 thousandths of a second advantage over Fischnaller into the straightaway.
And now into the red she goes here, Botta. She's lost a little bit of speed. Just under 500ths behind Fischnaller. She's going to need to find some time right down to the bottom of the course. It's going to be tight here, but Botta behind into second. Still set up nicely for the second run, but slight disappointment for Botta there, who would have wanted to dominate early here.
Yes, Botta has so much success here year on year. So young still as well. See, big start from Botta, and she had a great start curve as well. The top section looked good, but then just down that upper labyrinth, she started to lose time. You see the left leg lifting up the left runner. That's called a hook steer. Helps the female athletes go into that start curve, change the entrance angle of the sled.
Well, big smile. Very much still in the conversation, but that Fischnaller time, over a 10th of a second better than everybody else at the moment now. Kendia Apayoda, Latvian athlete number 4 out of these opening 8. 9th in Winterberg, 10th in Park City, then 17th in Lake Placid. Another, though, with a great record here at this track, and many good judges think she's going to go close this weekend. She does want noise at the top of the track. 6th fastest start, though. Already a bit of time to make up on Fischnaller. And she's in those red numbers up at the top of the track. Apayoda looking to pick up speed, which she will do as she heads down the course.
Well, it's a lot of time to find over a 10th. Be interesting to see at this checkpoint how she's gaining. It's pretty stable, 1.5 tenths back, but an inch perfect run from Apayoda and a great exit down the straightaway.
Yeah, that's more like it from Apayoda, but still well over a 10th down on Fischnaller. What an outstanding time that really was from Fischnaller. Her qualifying times and her first runs have been almost faultless, and Apayoda into 3rd behind Botta, and a shake of the head from Kendia there.
I think this is going to be incredibly interesting as we get down to the big names. Not that these aren't already big names in the sport. With these plus air temperatures, how much is Emily Sweeney's first run going so early, just being 5th off, going to make that difference? You just saw problem on the exit of the start curve there, and then down the straightaway again, straight down the middle, good aerodynamic form, but lots of work to do for the Latvian athletes to catch Fischnaller tomorrow.
Well, Emily Fischnaller's still, remember, over a 10th of a second quicker than anyone else, and that is huge in this sport. I know, as Mark says, big names to come, and this is Anna Bereiter, who won here in the first meet. 23-24, massive win for her. Great form on this track. We know how good she can be. 4th in Winterberg, 11th in Park City, 8th in Lake Placid. She hasn't quite caught fire so far this season, but she's struggling here to match that time at the top from Fischnaller, but we know how quick Fischnaller was up at the top of the course.
Oh, just bumping onto 11, Bereiter, right to the millimeter and high in the exit at 12. Now that height is no bad thing, but it's a very risky line as well.
There's that long section from Bereiter. She's now nearly 2 tenths behind Fischnaller here. She's trying to challenge that time, but she isn't going to down at the bottom of the course. She's into 7th. And I just wonder, as Mark has pointed out, is that temperature starting to have an effect here on the track?
It really could be. I think for Bereiter there, that upper labyrinth really affected her. And then, as we see here, great position, but that once you lose that time at the top of the track, it's so difficult to get back. This is a view from the straightaway into that signature curve 15. You see the athlete's head is slightly higher than we would usually see in the exit. That's because it's almost physically impossible to keep your head off the ice in the exit of curve 15. There is that much G-force.
Great atmosphere all around. Green light as well. Now then, Verena Hofer, one of the military athletes from the Italian system, another South Tyrolean, second in Park City, 10th in Lake Placid. We know how capable she is of going really, really close. Always had that reputation of being a great qualifier and form that she needed to take into the main event. She's already done that this season. That was a sloppy looking start though, and she's already over 500ths behind Fischnaller here, Verena Hofer.
And having to do lots of work through that upper labyrinth. Those curves come quick, one after the other. And if the first one's not perfect, it's very difficult to get back on the perfect line. Good transition though to 14, a blind exit, and into that high G curve. As you see her come out onto that uphill section. So close there on the uphill section. That's what we were talking about. You make a correction out of 15. It's so difficult because the sled has negative G, so it's incredibly light, and there's a real lack of traction.
Well, at what point does the condition of the track become the reason? I know that Hofer wasn't perfect, but you would expect her to be a little bit higher than 7th after that run. You would expect the time to be a little closer, because still only Alina Botta has got anywhere near Fischnaller really, and she is over a 10th outside that Fischnaller time. Of course, Schulte, Frabel, Taubitz, Britscher next will start to really tell us.
It will, and this is where the mechanics earn their money as well. Looking at the weather conditions, knowing how to set the sled up for these later start numbers.
So Lisa Schulte, 5th in both Winterberg and Lake Placid, 3rd, remember, in that Olympic test event. This is somebody who certainly has a big medal chance in Milan Cortina. Won that mixed singles, remember, in Winterberg with Jonas Müller as well. Now she is quicker up at the top of the track, but still just under 500ths behind Fischnaller.
When you've got George Hackle in your stable setting up your sleds, you've got to think he knows a thing or two about these later start numbers as well. So can Schulte find something further down the track? It was a bit of a tatty run from 10 to 11 though, but looking better down the bottom section.
All they're trying to do is set up the second run, get as close as they can here to Fischnaller. Oh, and she's into the lead. She's not just close. She gets beyond her. That's a brilliant bottom of the course from Schulte to find that time from somewhere. And the Austrian grabs the lead.
Well, we didn't see that coming. The splits were pretty stable the whole way down. You thought, okay, she's probably going to be back by a 10th like the others. And then out of nowhere, Lisa Schulte, from 14 through to 16, managed to pull something out of the bag. Saw a little skid there. And this is such a great shot out of 14. This is where you see the athletes just pushing it to the limit with their position. You know, it's ideal if you can see, but it's not quick. So they're really trying to push the shoulders back, push their head back as much as they dare.
Now then, suddenly all of that makes all of this that much more interesting, because here goes Merle Frabel, joint World Cup leader right now. She won that Olympic test event, remember. She's going to have an awful lot to say. 2nd in Winterberg, 6th in Park City, 6th as well in Lake Placid. 7,000ths outside Schulte, but now she starts to pick up time here, Frabel. Maybe the track isn't so slow after all. Frabel just inside Schulte now.
7,000ths of a second in it. Frabel with that deceptively fast start. Doesn't look fast, as she just drops back, but she's not back by much, just back by 300ths.
Frabel still very much in range here. We saw that time that Schulte picked up. She's dropped a little bit more time here, Frabel. She's going to have to go some to get inside Schulte now. She comes around that final turn, and she's third. She's still in range, but she's third here, Frabel. She didn't get past Fischnaller, and still Schulte leads the way.
I think we see there how good Lisa Schulte's curve 16 was previously. Hopefully we'll see Frabel's 16. You saw her go up and down in the middle. That catches a lot of time because the sled is driving uphill for a lot of it. This is her entrance into curve 15. Just going a little early, maybe. Shouldn't affect her too much. And then the exit, just having to do a little work there. And this is where it's so important to stay calm on the sleds. You see her go for that early entrance into Kreisen.
So Botter, who's gone so well, of course, at this course in Sigulda, dropping down that list now. Taubitz now. Winner last time, world champion Jule Taubitz. A sense that she's been building to something throughout this season, and we know what that something is. But the 13th fastest start, so Taubitz already giving herself a little bit of work to do. What about this next mini section up at the top? Yeah, she's made up a little bit of time, but still just under 800ths of a second outside that time of Schulte right now. Taubitz here with a bit of work to do.
She does. That start wasn't optimal from Julia Taubitz. She's been so fast in training, but training's not racing, and she's running out of track to make a difference.
Because it is short, it is technical. They don't have long sections, not many of them anyway, to make up that time, and Taubitz is behind here. You can see it clearly. Oh no! Taubitz finds it! Somehow she finds it! By 1,000, she gets ahead of Schulte. I don't know where she found that time.
Thousandths of a second, those are the margins that you see in luge. As the team look on, I mean, you can never count Taubitz out, but finding that speed with her good aerodynamics in the bottom of the track. When we saw that 13th place start, we thought, will she run out of track? And it looked from the split times that she was going to. But then from here down, from 14 through to 16, you saw Taubitz pushing the position, taking risky lines, and it paid off to the thousandths of a second.
When you consider how quick Schulte was in the bottom part of the course, for Taubitz to find time on her, truly remarkable. Now Summer Britscher, the winner from Park City, then third in Lake Placid, high up in those World Cup standings despite missing an event in Winterberg. Trains in Lake Placid, and Britscher, powerful athlete, and a good start. Well, in terms of the Taubitz start anyway, only 12th fastest, but in the green in terms of the time that she is chasing, and that's a really good top from Britscher, but we know how fast Taubitz was down the rest of the track here.
And we just maybe heard that little skid in the upper labyrinth, and it has cost her. She was 700ths up. That's now dropped to 400ths. So just hanging on to the exit of 14, deals with it well, but this next split, you can see she's losing time, but she's still in the green.
Yes, still ahead of Taubitz here, Summer Britscher. It's turning into a really good run from her. Taubitz was very quick down at the bottom, and Britscher has lost that time, and that's where Taubitz and Schulte were so quick, that final section.
0.005 of a second, and I think we would have seen Britscher move into the lead, but that exit 15, you saw her just maybe skid. It'd be good to see it again before 16. She went very late to 16, and that was possibly where the time was lost. Great shot of the start curve. Now that's her normal way of settling in the sled, with the hands outside the sled. But this was where she just fell off the end of 14, but she kept her cool. And with 6,000ths to play with, it's as close to all square as you can get it.
I just wanted to play in the snow.
Her teammate will follow here. What a season she's having. Ashley Farquharson from Sacramento in California. third in Park City, second behind Taubitz in Lake Placid. Here goes Ashley. We saw just how well her teammate went. Britcher sliding into third. Can Farquharson eclipse her here? Green numbers at the top, but we would expect that after the slow start of Julia Taubitz, but still, it's a really good beginning here from Farquharson.
That was a glorious start curve from Ashley. Just a little bit of direction away from 12 and just banging on to the entrance of 13. She's still in the green, but this next split is going to be incredibly telling after that mistake, and she's back by 200ths.
Yeah, she does lose time, and we know the extent to which Schulte and Taubitz picked up time in this part of the course, and Farquharson has lost and is down to 8th, and the margins are so tiny. That one little mistake then cost her down the track as well.
I think that's it, Dave. Exactly that. It was such a relatively small mistake, and one where you would have got on the radio to the coach and said, oh, I bumped onto curve 13 a little bit. No big deal, I'll fix it next run. But we can see in such close racing how much that mistake, having to drop the right foot, has cost Ashley Farquharson.
Nearly 2/10 behind our leader at the moment. Remember, the second run of this women's singles comes tomorrow, not today. Men's the same. We'll have the men's straight after the women's here, and then they go tomorrow. Then we focus today on the doubles, both runs, and then back with the second runs of the singles tomorrow in the mixed relay. Hannah Prock now of Austria, who won in Winterberg. 5th in Park City, 13th in Lake Placid, so she wants to arrest that slide, Hannah. Still the joint World Cup leader at the moment with Merle Frabel. Still in those green numbers, but remember, they can catch you out because Taubitz was so slow up at the start. Now you feel is where the real business begins.
Absolutely. Hannah Prock wearing the yellow jersey, World Cup leader. You see that skid into 12. Managed to get it back together, though. This exit 14 just bouncing off, having to do a big correction. She's all over that straightaway.
It's a little bit high there as well, Prock, but she remains in those green numbers, but now they turn red. Now as Taubitz flew at the bottom of the course, Prock can't make up the time. And she is 7th, still very much in the conversation, but they're all struggling to match Taubitz and Schulte, who, remember, are separated by 1,000th, with Britcher 4,000ths behind, but they're all struggling to match those top three down at the bottom here.
See her just bouncing onto the curve. Now the key to this track really is curve 11. It sets the tone for the next curves that come, because they come thick and they come fast. If you don't get that quite right, as Hannah Prock didn't, you saw her just get pushed really late into curve 12. You're playing catch up.
So next is Dorothea Schwarz, who had that great result in Winterberg. She was on the podium, 3rd, then 4th in Park City, 7th in Lake Placid. So another of the sort of quiet achievers this season, really. Only 3rd in the overall standings without doing anything too spectacular so far, but mega consistent. Maybe turning into the Max Langenhan of the women's game. Schwarz, very hard to dislodge.
Yeah, came out of nowhere this season, I feel, Dorothea Schwarz. She's just, something has clicked for her. And she's sliding so confident. You can see it in her body language. Very late into 11, you see that big loop, creates that skid. That's what we were talking about, how 11 sets the tone for the next 3 curves.
She's setting the tone pretty well at the moment, though, Schwarz, yet again, just outside the time of Taubitz now, though. This is where it gets serious for Dorothea Schwarz. Looks like a good line down at the bottom of the track here from Schwarz, but over 2/10 outside, and Schwarz down to 12th, and she's going to need an excellent second run to match her performances so far.
Yeah, that curve 10 exit really costing Schwarz. It's a scary place to be when you see curve 10 going into 11 and you're going in so late because you know your steer has to be so on time. And if it's not, you go up incredibly high. This was the result. This is that transition into 12. And once you're playing catch up here, you see how short these transitions are. It's a matter of 6 or 7 meters between the curves. And once you start making those mistakes, they just add up and add up.
Now Nina Zergler, with dad watching on, police officer from South Tyrol, turns 25 during the Winter Olympics. She's been in that Italian development program since she was 15 years of age. Of course she has. Luge royalty. 16th in Park City, 15th in Lake Placid. She was 6th in the Nations Cup here, which gets her this start slot. Little skid there from Zergler up at the top, and in those red numbers, even in comparison with Taubitz, so she's already got an awful lot of work to do.
Those top mistakes so expensive. She looks like she's got it back together. It's a good 11-12 transition, one of the best we've seen, and she's managing to catch up a little bit. I'm sorry, dropping back a little bit and trying to arrest that loss of speed that happened from the top.
But already nearly 3/10 outside the time of Taubitz. It's so hard for these athletes just going that little bit later now to try and make their mark. Dear me, she's the slowest we've seen so far. Outside the time of her teammate Oberstolz.
It's interesting looking at the ice. It's gone that milky color. It was so shiny at the beginning, and when it goes milky, that's the frost molecules growing through the ice. This is a result of that start curve, and that is an expensive mistake. It looks minor. It's not impressive. It's just a little skid, but you lose all that positive speed. And then that exit 15, that high G we talked about. She did very well to keep her cool there, but that little tap on the exit meant she had to do quite a lot of work uphill along that straightaway.
Now then, Anke Jaenicke, 6th in Winterberg at the start of the season. Did not finish in Lake Placid. Takes a few risks, Jaenicke, and that's the 19th, the slowest start, in fact, we've seen so far today. Remember, Taubitz, though, started slowly and picked up speed as she went down the course. So what can her teammate Anke Jaenicke do? She is very much one of those on the outside of that Olympic picture at the moment.
Yeah, battling for that 3rd spot. 12-13, good transition. It's a brave line, and it works out for her. But I think the damage is done at the top of the track.
The problem for athletes like Jaenicke is you're starting to run out of events in terms of that Olympic qualification as well. Has she picked up any time? She hasn't. She's quicker than Zergler, but no one else. That's more disappointment really for Anke, but you don't know how much the conditions of the track are playing into that.
Well, and she's so young on the World Cup tour. She's had such a good season in her first real World Cup season, but learning all the time. Great shot into 15. As we say, this is the section where the athletes have to put their head up a little bit, lose that aerodynamic form, because the G-force is just so strong, it's almost humanly impossible to keep your head up off the ice.
Three Canadian athletes to go in our next 4. First, Trinity Ellis, solidly top 20 so far, 15th in Winterberg, 18th in both Park City and Lake Placid. So consistent, but not the level of consistency she wants. Here she goes. Trinity Ellis from Pemberton in British Columbia. Part of that generation really shaped by the legacy of Whistler in 2010. And she's in those green numbers up at the top of the course. So a good start, at least, from Trinity Ellis.
That start honed in the Ice House in Calgary. Such a great indoor facility that Luge Canada have. But now she's dropped back by 1/10. So she needs to stop the bleeding here as we go on to that long straightaway. Trinity really pushing it here. Such a brave slider.
She was over nearly 3/10 behind on that latest split. She's going to be outside. Oh, big mistake. As she comes around that final turn, she makes it over the line, but the slowest run we've seen so far. Error from Trinity right down at the bottom of the course.
Oh, yeah, that was a big hit on the exit, just coming up on the end of 16. We saw her position in that curve, which was absolutely perfect. But then just coming up on the end, it's nothing you can do. This is that transition, beautiful line into 16. So important to get early and parallel into that curve. As you see her stretching all the way out there, but just, you see the sled rising on the exit and smashing into that left wall before the finish.
Well, she did well to make it. Next up, EBERSPAECHER, 10th in Winterberg, and then 14th in those two events in the USA. Still only 20 years of age, Ember. Still looking for a big breakthrough in one of these World Cup races. Great junior Susko trying to translate it now into the seniors.
Yeah, Ember's had a tough week. She's had a couple of crashes this week and then some absolutely lightning training runs as well. So she knows she can do it. Coached by Robert Fegg and Duncan Kennedy, the Canadians, two great coaches. Little correction down the straightaway, but nothing to write home about, but she's back by 1/4 of a second.
Yeah, those figures from earlier in the week suggesting she's been taking a lot of risks down here. Has it got her anywhere? 20th Susko, not really. Inside the time of Ellis, but no one else. Gets very hard now for these athletes with the later start times. That's why top 5 in the Nations Cup is so important.
Oh, it's a gift. And I look at Emily being in Nations Cup every week, and it's given her such great first run start numbers. Here we see the exit of curve 14 down to 15. So important to get that entrance right into 15. A heavily depleted Canadian team this weekend. No men. Theo Downey recovering from that horrible crash in Lake Placid, and just the women racing this weekend.
Now Barbara Almayer, 14th in Winterberg, 12th in Park City, the Austrian, 19th just inside the 20 in Lake Placid. Just turned 22, another of the police officers from Tyrol. A couple of Nations Cup wins, but waiting to make a big breakthrough.
Well, that huge skid out of the start curve. That's going to make life tough for Almayer, with the rest of the track still to come. When you make a mistake that big, just have to put it to the back of your mind. You see another little skid on the correction into 12. So Almayer just needs to relax now, get her form back together. This gives you time to reset down this long straightaway.
She stayed relatively consistent with a little bump on that right-hand wall, Almayer, as she heads round our final turn here. She's held it together. She's 18th. It may be enough. Shake of the head, but after the mistake at the top, she held herself together.
Well, that says so much for the setup of the sled as well. Almayer would be the first to admit that wasn't her best run down Sigulda. But the coaches have obviously made some great decisions with the sled, with a couple of those big mistakes. This is where it started. You see her just go so high in the entrance of the start curve, and then that skid starts, as she does very well to keep it off that right wall into curve 5.
So 8 athletes to go. She is 18th. EBERSPAECHER and Trinity Ellis already outside of the top 20. Caitlin Nash to go next, their teammate. Plenty of layers, vital on a cold Sigulda day. Now then, Caitlin Nash, another just on the fringes of the top 20 from Whistler. 19th in Winterberg, 15th Park City, 20th in Lake Placid. Another from that Whistler sliding supply line. Good start, 6th fastest we've seen today. Can she build on that, Caitlin Nash? Excellent from her at the top of the course here. This is really interesting from the young Canadian.
Yeah, we know Caitlin's got a fast start. I like that low line round 10. First time we've seen it today, but that big skid into 12, and she's also skidding into 13. Nash needs to get back on track, and she does for the straightaway, but she's a 10th back at curve 15.
See how much those mistakes have affected her here as Nash swings round towards that final turn, and again she bumps off the right wall and then the left and makes a bit of a mess of that, and she with her teammates will be outside the 20. She's slower than Susko and Ellis, and those are not figures that Canada want to see. With 23 gone, their 3 athletes are the bottom 3 right now.
We certainly weren't expecting that, especially based on their training times. We know how good this Canadian team can be. Caitlin's such a strong competitor, did so much hard work at the top of the track, had a great start, wonderful start curve, upper labyrinth was smooth, and then that mistake out of curve 11 really costing Caitlin, as we see her skidding into 12 there, and then that big hit on the exit just to top things off for a tough day for the Canadian team.
Yeah, that is disappointing. A reminder, Taubitz leads by 1,000th from Schulte, by 4,000th from Britscher, then Fishnell close behind, Frabel in 5th. That top 5 unlikely to alter. This now all about a place in the top 20 in the second run, but Elena Smaha, the Ukrainian, very quick up at the top of the track here. She's somebody, if she puts it together, who could have a say here, and that's a really, really good start from Smaha. In the green numbers here.
It really is, and the Ukrainians didn't have much of a Christmas. They pretty much came straight out to Sigulda. This is like a home track for them. They train a lot here, and it's showing here with this late run from Smaha. Still only 600ths back, and a solid curve 15-16 as well.
Well, at the moment, she's round about 15th, 16th. Can she hold this together right now? No, no. That bottom of the track is catching so many athletes out here, Mark.
It really is. She did so much good work in the top of the track, but struggling to put on the afterburners from 11 down to 16. Those long curves in the exit, you see that sideways skid out of curve 14, and it's so expensive when that happens. It's like doing a handbrake turn in a Mini Cooper. You know, it slows everything down.
Yeah, more disappointment for them. Margins so tight in this sport, and when the conditions are against you as well, becomes really hard. Now then, the Chinese luge pioneer, Peishan Wang, came through that Shaanxi sports system. Initially a javelin thrower, but will now use that power to try and get off to a good start here. China's first ever Olympic luger, Peishan Wang, is inside the time of Taubitz, but remember that was slow, and a little skid from her at the top of the course might have made a mess of that start. Let's see. No, she's still inside the time of Taubitz. Good early rhythm here from Peishan Wang.
The Chinese program with such good talent identification. They picked from hundreds of athletes from different sports before the Beijing Olympics and identified Wang as a future champion. But she's having to do something to catch up here. She's only back by 200ths of a second, though.
Yeah, Wang has a chance here of top 20 if she's kept it together at the bottom. No, she hasn't. 21st. I think the conditions are doing for a lot of them here, and it's not easy.
Just behind Zergler by 16 thousandths of a second. That would have got her closer to that 20th position. Still a few athletes to go. Wang with a solid start. They've got a great facility in Beijing, built for the Olympics there. And she had a great Nations Cup as well on Friday, so she was going in with lots of confidence. But that loopy finish curve, you see her go up and then go down into the gutter. Well, that means you're then driving uphill when the sled rises again, and it just takes the speed off the sled in that all-important bottom section.
5 to go. First up, Klaudia Domoradska, the Pole, in the Polish team that came fourth in that team relay in Winterberg. They'll go again here, of course, tomorrow. Little bump, that mistake that so many of them have made up at the start, the one that Mark has explained to us that's so difficult for these female athletes, but she's still in those green numbers. But how many have we seen in those green numbers at the top of the course then start to lose speed as they head down? But this is really good so far from Domoradska, but there she is over a 10th outside.
Putting together a clean run, but this just shows how fast Taubitz was at the bottom of the track, just dabbing the feet there. Shouldn't cost her too much time out of 14, and it's a good transition from 15 to 16.
She needs to hold on down at the bottom. I don't think she's done enough, and a couple of bumps on the wall, and 25th for Domoradska.
Well, like you said, Dave, she did some hard work at the top. It was a nice start. A little skid in the start curve, but not catastrophic for sure. Here we see Domoradska, a good solid starter as well from track to track. But when this is that entrance into start curve, just getting sent up high, and when that happens, it's very difficult to maintain traction. Just see, that's a great correction from Domoradska. It's always tempting to drop the feet a little longer. She did just as much as she needed to do, just dabbing the feet for a split second to stabilize the sled and then back up into aerodynamic position.
Right now, Nina Zergler is 20th. Right now, she's going first tomorrow. That's the time they're realistically aiming at here. 0.567 is the split they're looking for outside of our leader, Taubitz. Trunitskia goes next for Ukraine. Just outside of things in Winterberg, 20th in Park City, and then outside again in Lake Placid. Here she goes. As Mark's already explained, the Ukrainians see this place, Sigulda, as something of a home from home. So can she get inside Zergler? She's inside Taubitz right now, but so many have been. Taubitz's start was a poor one. Trunitskia now needs to start to fly.
Yeah, Trunitskia putting together something nice through the top curve. That was definitely one of the nicer start curves we've seen earlier on in the run. And it's a good exit onto the straightaway for Trunitskia. But quarter of a second back, this track is deteriorating.
Remember, she's still got 3/10 to play with, but can she find it? Not many have down at the bottom, and she hasn't either. I think the conditions in that final section are getting really tough, because we've seen now 2-3 athletes put together excellent first 3 quarters of a run, and they're just not finding it at the bottom.
Yeah, it's like when you come out of corner 14, it's like someone's putting the brakes on for the final 2 curves of the track. See a little bit of a skid out of 14 there, but she keeps her cool. Good aerodynamic form, cutting through the air. Remember, these athletes have to work on their own aerodynamics the whole way down. It's not like being in a bobsleigh where it's all been done in a factory for you. You're using your body and changing your body shape to cut through the air.
Now another athlete from Shaanxi province in China, Hulan Hu. He's had some good top 20s, good Nations Cup results. Flashes of excellence. Incredibly competitive Chinese program. There's that hook steer from her. You can see that left leg come out. Little error at the top there that she tried to correct, but bearing in mind how slow Taubitz was, Hu is really slow here.
Yeah, big problems on the start for Hu. It's a good 11 though. And the transition to 12 again, nice and parallel. This is where it's going to be important down this straightaway to try and find something in the bottom of this track.
Well, she's going to have to find plenty because she's hardly got any time to play with on Zergler. And we've seen everybody slow up here in this bottom section, and she is no different. The slowest run we've seen today. 2 athletes to go, and Nina Zergler will be feeling increasingly safe, I think, in 20th. No question the top 5 is going to be Taubitz, Schulte, Britscher, Fischnaller, Frabel, with Botter, the course specialist, just outside.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be tough to catch Zergler now. As we saw that top section earlier from Hu really costing her. The Chinese team, a young team, all started late in life as well. This is a sport where in some countries athletes start as young as 6 years old. A lot of these Chinese athletes starting a wee bit later than that, and it shows. But their program, as they build on from the legacy from that Olympics, will grow from strength to strength.
Veronica Ravenna, the Argentine, but Whistler-based. She moved to the area when she was 6, discovered luge on a school trip, and has kept going. Very rare example of a South American slider. And that's a big skid right at the top. That's a mistake she's going to struggle to correct here.
That skid into curve 6, that takes all that positive speed from the ramp away, which is so important on this track. So Ravenna with a lot to do here. It's a lovely transition though from 12 to 13, but it's not going to be enough after that big mistake in the top.
Yeah, she's already over 6/10 behind, isn't she? And that's going to get worse, nearly a second down. There's no way she makes up the time on Zergler now. Just the Korean athlete to come, Ravenna. The slowest run of the day so far. That's really scrappy from her, and she'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, Dad Jorge looking on there. And Veronica with a nice looking run through the bottom section. Probably one of the nicer looking runs we've seen in the last 10 or so sleds. But with that mistake at the top of the track, there's just nothing you can do. It's almost in vain. This was that skid out of the women's start curve, out of curve 4, and then goes on to that profile. But the really expensive skid was here into curve 6, where you see her almost power slide sideways around 6. And when that happens, you can do the most beautiful run through the bottom of the track, but it's pretty much in vain. She's such a good slider with such good feeling on the sled, but that really cost Ravenna.
Good poker face, Jorge.
Oh, yeah.
1.3 down, at least she gets a green light. Now, final run of this women's singles, the first run. Hye Sun-jung of Korea turned 30 last October, Asian champion from Pyeongchang last season. She is 9,000ths inside Taubitz, but remember, keep saying it like a broken record, Taubitz was very slow at the top. Our leader, she picked up speed down the course. The target here has to be 0.567, that's Zergler. That's what Jung is aiming at.
Little middle into 11, that makes the exit tough, but she deals with it well. And it's a good cross from 12 to 13 from Jung. But she's losing time. She's a 1/5 of a second down at that checkpoint. And she goes into 15.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's not going to be quick enough, and there's a huge skid there. She did well to retain control, but she's lost so much speed. And she drops below Ravenna. And she's the slowest of the day. Big mistake there, so it will be Taubitz leading the way. It will be Zergler leading us off for the second run tomorrow. They are our 20 qualifiers. Jung couldn't create that late bit of drama.
Yeah, that uphill section out of curve 15. You have so much pressure in the exit of 15. And if you're not perfectly still on the sled when you come out of there, it's very, very difficult to keep the sled stable. That's a good shot of the start curve, but this is at exit 15. Just a direction going towards the right. And at that point, you're pretty much a passenger, just trying to get the sled to go straight into the Chryslers. Maciej Kurowski, the Polish bear, her coach, looks on, but a tough day at the office for Hye Sun-jung.
So 3 Latvians in our top 10, 3 Americans in our top 10, 2 Austrians, 2 Germans, Quite refreshing, isn't it? Taubitz leads the way, Schulte second, Britscher and Fischnatter third and fourth. Not much between them, nor Frabel in fifth. Botta, the course specialist, sixth. Proc in seventh. She'll be pleased with that. It felt disappointing at the time. Looks better now, doesn't it? And Zergler just on the line. The slowest qualifier, but she does make it. Pei Shan Wang maybe a little bit unfortunate, just missing out. And that's a really disappointing day for Canada. Susko, Ellis and Nash all waving goodbye here. So there are the beautiful surroundings of Sigulda in Latvia. Our first run of the day is done. The men's singles first run will be coming next for you, and that's coming up in just over half an hour's time. Everyone wants to go. No matter what you're on, you can slide all day long. Lovely surroundings, lovely atmosphere. Next race to come. We'll be back with you in about half an hour's time, and we will see you then. And a warm welcome back to you from Sigulda in Latvia. The men's singles first run after what was a fascinating women's singles here on this glorious track. Look at that, what a picture that is. You can see up at the start on stilts, and then down the mountain we go, and they gather to immense speeds in this thrilling sport. And the overall picture, which we'll talk about in a moment, looks fascinating as we build towards the Olympic Games here in Sigulda. 1,200 meters, a vertical drop of 111.5, 16 corners. We saw the women start a little later, the men right up at the top there. That's their start, then swinging round that left-hand turn, down the long straight then, into the Kreisel as they swing round. Sharp left, uphill to that finish. And here's the POV from our very own Mark Hatton.
Such an intimidating start this. You put your sled in the lift, press floor 6, and up you go to this huge tower as we see the sled from 1 to 2. So important to be smooth through these top curves, build speed. And then this is the women's start that we just saw. And this is the first really tricky curve, curve 6. It feels like it's built wrong. It never feels nice to go around there. You just make the best of it. And then 10 to 11. Look how quickly that transition goes from right to left. This wants to push you late into 12, but you don't want to let it. And then we're coming up to this long straightaway, probably the longest in the sport. It's wide and it sets you up for this super high G, curve 15. Long straightaway. It's uphill, so you get negative G on the exit, so you have to be incredibly careful. Don't hit the left wall out of the Kreisel. Curve 16, pull up on the front of the sled and into the snowbank at the end.
Must say, you make it sound easy. Highly technical, very difficult. I love the detail about hit 6 on the lift. You can see that now, actually. You can see it really, really clearly.
It's so intimidating as a track. +3 air temperature. So what this means is that ice temperature is going to be very, very difficult to keep in the minus. So the refrigeration plant is going to be working overtime. And what we want to make sure is that that track holds for the entire race. But as it goes on, we're going to see it get milkier and milkier in color, and that's the frost starting to grow through, and that's what is going to slow down possibly some of the later sleds.
So it'll be Josef Ninnis, who went well, 5th in the Nations Cup, to get things underway. Kaspers Rinks, the winner of the Nations Cup yesterday, goes 5th, so gets a great position. And then all the way down to Langenhan. Locke in great form. Locke leads by Müller in the overall standings by a point. Langenhan 5 behind, then a huge gap to Kindle. So it's really all about 3 of them at the moment. Although Apajods, the Latvian, 6th at the moment in the overall standings, some way back, but favoured by many to go well once again here in Sigulda. That, to me, Well, looks like the beginnings of a snowman. Oh, work to do.
Definitely.
Oh, here he is.
Did a good job holding on to it.
Did well. I wasn't expecting him to come back into shot there for a while, but here are the final warm-up moments. And you were talking about the setup of the Austrian sleds, and of course, this is the athletes going through dynamic stretching and so on. But could you explain a bit more about that? Give us a bit more insight into what they're doing so well, you think?
Definitely. I think when it's been such a long autumn, you know, we're used to being in winter by the time Christmas is done, but we're still getting these plus temperatures. There's Svante Kohala of Sweden, the only Swede to qualify this weekend. But yeah, as we go into these warm temperatures, this is where the knowledge of how to set the sled up for those later start numbers, once we've got through the Nations Cup qualifiers, becomes so important. The ice gets softer maybe, or it gets frostier, and that's where the dark arts of coaching and sled mechanics come in.
Love that there are dark arts all around. Wouldn't be a proper sport if there weren't. Lovely surroundings. I mentioned earlier, we're about an hour east of Riga in Latvia. And Josef Ninis of Slovakia. The evergreen Josef Ninis. You were explaining to me that you even slid with him. That's how long he's been around.
Absolutely, the elder statesman of luge.
5th in the Nations Cup, 10th here in Sigulda last year. Knows this course very, very well, the Slovakian. Look at that. Lovely fresh ice for Ninis to cut through, for Ninis to try and set a time on. And remember, the early starters were favoured. There's a skid there, though, from Ninis in the women's singles, so there are chances, but he's making a bit of a mess of this at the moment.
Yeah, that's that tricky curve 6. It never feels good. This is that upper labyrinth where it's so important to keep your position, and such an important curve 11. You saw him just pushing it into curve 12 there.
Ninis continuing then, 23rd in Lake Placid. Went well in the Nations Cup in Park City, as he did here. And he heads round now. That sweeping left-hand turn, the final turn. And just over 48 seconds.
It's a solid first run from Joseph. It's such an impressive curve, curve 15 from the men's start. This was through the top section. You see him just falling out of there from 5 to 6. Not catastrophic, but all those little mistakes up top, they really count. But yeah, curve 15, that big signature right-hander. You see the men, they go so close to the woods at the top of the track and then dive bomb out into that negative G uphill straightaway.
Great crowd here as well. Really good to see Luge so well supported. Now Tucker West, 4th in that Nations Cup, getting him this spot. Great form at Lake Placid. And 7th here in Sigulda last season. So he has shown the technical ability to cope with this track. The experienced man from Ridgefield in Connecticut. And he's just inside the time of Ninis in terms of that start. 2,000ths inside, in fact.
We go past curve 4. This is where Ninis had that problem. That's a much better curve 6 from Tucker. This is going to give him some acceleration through this upper labyrinth. This is curve 10, that high line, or just banging on early to 11 and skidding sideways around 12. He's got it back under control for 13.
But you always wonder just how much time the skids, the little mistakes have cost him. It looks like plenty at the moment. Goodness me, over 6/10 behind Ninis. It's a messy run this from Tucker West. He'll be disappointed unless he's picked up time down at the bottom, and he hasn't. He's over a second outside.
Oh, Tucker with such a good top section. It went so well all the way up to curve 10. Did that high line round 10. Such a good line to watch. And then just bumped onto 11, and that is where the problems started for Tucker. You just feel this guy just can't catch a break at the moment. That height in curve 10, dive bombing down, and that's that early entrance to 11. just trying to stay on the sled. But when your legs come off the sled like that, it means you can't catch that first drive. You go high in the middle, and then this was the result, these big skids from 12 to 13.
And he didn't even need to look at the time. He knew, I think. You saw his face as he came over the line. I don't think he needs a hug from a penguin right now. Anton Dukac goes next for Ukraine. Third in the Nations Cup. He was just inside the top 20 in Lake Placid, having been just outside it in Park City. He was an impressive 13th in Milan Cortina as well, don't forget, in that Olympic test event. So don't sleep on Dukac as he heads down the top part of this course and looks to be negotiating it pretty well at the moment. Yeah, good, bright start from Dukac here.
Yeah, that home field advantage that the Ukrainian team have here in Sigulda really looking like it's working in Dukac's favor. He's putting together a marvelous run here, just 300ths to play with.
Dukac then inside of Ninis at the moment, needs to hold it together down the bottom part of this course. Only 6,000ths now. Inside the time of Ninis, and a big skid there from Dukac takes him into the red numbers. Dukac throws it away down at the bottom, and Ninis remains in front.
He almost held on to that exit 15. You saw him just rise up on the exit by no more than 6 inches, but it just destabilized the sled on the exit. He had to correct, and as we saw in the women's race earlier, you just can't make big corrections. This is curve 15, huge G-force in the exit, and you see him just catch that exit profile, bump off, and it sends the sled sideways. Massive disappointment for Dukac, because before that, he was putting together a very useful run.
Just shows, doesn't it? One mistake, 2 mistakes. Here's Leon Felderer. Third in Park City, all smiles after that. Then did not finish in Lake Placid. It was a lesson in being brought right back down to earth. Not that he needed one. Chairman of the FIL Athletes Commission, he knows the sport inside out, the ups and the downs. Second here in the Nations Cup, a good bounce back to form, and now with a good draw because of that, in with a chance of making a real mark here again, just like he did in Park City, and he's got off to a nice, smooth start. You can see him almost motionless there, trying to find that racing rhythm.
Really smooth through the top turn, just bouncing onto 4 there, but didn't cost him too much. This upper labyrinth, it's so important to build speed. 10-11. Again, this is a good run from Felderer. He's got 700ths to play with as he goes into curve 14.
Feels like he's making really good use of the draw at the moment here, Felderer. Nice and calm and cool, but he's now outside of Ninis. He's lost time, Felderer. Swings round that big turn. Can he pick it up? No, he can't. There's little nuances, and Zergler saw where it went wrong, and into third, Felderer. Ninis still leads.
Well, where did Felderer lose that? We saw that little mistake up top. It didn't look like it would have cost him so much. He's not a long way back from Ninis, but it's enough. Let's see through here. You see that high line there from 12 to 13, just bumping onto 13, but not a big mistake there. So we must have missed something earlier on. 13 to 14 again looks smooth from Felderer. So a little bit to work on for the second run. He'd be looking good to make the top 20 for sure.
Well, Kaspars Rinks was the star of the Nations Cup. Yet another Latvian athlete going so well here in Sigulda. He crashed out, you might remember, in Park City, took 1 risk too many, and 24th in Lake Placid, but Nations Cup winner here. Cassis, former Winter Youth Olympics silver medalist, that was in Lausanne. Can he back up that Nations Cup form here in the World Cup race? Many feel that Rinks could make a breakthrough here.
They're so strong at home, aren't they? And Rinks having a great season. That 5-6 transition always looks choppy, but Rinks making a great go of it. This 10 to 11, so critical. Little parallel into 11, but nothing terrible. And 12-13 again, good transition from Rinks.
We saw what Emily Fischnaller did from her starting position earlier. Can Rinks do something similar? At the moment he is doing, because he's A tenth better than anybody else. If he holds that form here, he's going to go into the lead in a useful time, and he does. And he actually picked up time. Nearly 2 tenths for Rinks.
Curve 16 for the Latvians is always such a home field curve. It really is. They build so much speed in that final curve. Rinks' top section was good. Here we see that exit 14 where he had that little bit of left direction. But when you've had as many runs down the track as Kasper Rinks keeps his cool into that super high G curve 15. You see how high they go in 15, maybe 20 centimeters from the woods.
Tell you what, people can look down on the Nations Cup, but time and time again, it sets up your weekend. We've seen it today, we've seen it every event so far. Gran Cagnolo now, from Saxony, just 22 years of age, on the outside of that German Olympic picture at the moment. Gran Cagnolo needs some big finishes to get near.
Gran Cagnolo with a mistake on the start, just catching the left wall. Not a place you want to be, because you'll see on the next run how much that start ramp opens up into curve 1. This is curve 10. It's a good line from Gran Cagnolo, but just high in the entrance. Deals with it well, though. And that lovely high diving line from 12 to 13.
He had top 10s in Winterberg and Park City, but then 15th in Lake Placid. Disappointing for Timon Gran Cagnolo. Don't think he's going to threaten the lead here, Gran Cagnolo. No, third. Over 2 tenths outside of what's looking a good time from the Nations Cup winner, Kasper Rinks.
Definitely. Kasper Rinks really throwing one down there, and it's such an advantage with those early start numbers, especially when we have this very warm air temperature. Now, we didn't see the shot of the start there. He had a little mistake on the start where he clipped the left wall. That will have cost him. Will have taken all that positive speed off the ramp for Gran Cagnolo. Another one of those athletes battling for that final spot on the plane or in the bus to Milan Cortina.
It's tough, isn't it? Locke, Langenhan, Nursler. Here's Johnny Gustafsson. What a time he's having. 5th in Park City, 8th in Lake Placid. 5th here in 2023 for Gustafsson. He looks for that power from the upper arms and shoulders at the start. Rinks at the moment, the Latvian, has set the standard 3 thousandths outside that start time of Rinks, but plenty of time for Johnny Gustafsson to try and make that up. Still in the red at the moment, though, Gustafsson.
Yeah, Gustafsson with a choppy entrance to curve 3 will have cost him some time through that flat top section. But putting together a useful midsection from 10 to 11, and that's the best transition we've seen so far from 11 to 12.
You could see just how smooth it was, and he keeps up that smoothness down that long straight. Losing time, though, here.
So important to go early into that Kreisel. It just sets up that long curve so much. And you saw Gustafsson just drift away on the entrance. It's a tiny mistake, but it makes so much difference to the end time.
So 2 Americans, 2 slowest at the moment. Gustafsson just ahead of West.
Solid start from Gustafsson. This is through that lower labyrinth, 8 to 9. Again, you see how important it is for the athletes to build speed through there. It's long and it's quite steep through there, and the better they can keep their position from curve 6 to curve 10, the more advantage they bring into the bottom of the track, where it's quite flat, and in the end, as we see, there's a lot of uphill sections.
Well, we mentioned David Nursler. Here he is. He'd be in pole position to be that 3rd German at the Olympic Games. 6th in Park City, and then you might remember he had a poor first run in Lake Placid, was 16th and then ended in 12th. Looked like it might have been higher for a few moments, but was gradually overtaken. But a much better second run, and he hopes to bring that form here. But again, that's a little bit messy from Nursler so far. Oh, he's inside though. Into the green he goes. He's picked up speed.
Well, this is going to be critical. You saw that little skid out of 6, but he did a lot of the good work through the top to build that lead into the green. 11 to 12 smooth, but you can see he's lost it down to just 7 thousandths of a second advantage onto this long straightaway.
And as you rightly call, losing time, we could see it clearly. Into the red he goes, 1, 2, 3 kilometers per hour as he swings round this final left-hand turn, and he's second, Nursler, and he's angry with himself.
Yeah, I think he knows those little mistakes really added up. When you make those mistakes at the top of the track, it's a long time to think about it. You just have to put it to the back of your mind. This is 12-13. I love that high diving line that the men do from 12 to 13. Just gives you that lovely cross. It's good to see. And Nursler with just a little bit of a low exit from 13 there. Maybe that affected his 14, but I think the damage was done further up the track.
Lovely to see plenty of young fans down there, fist bumping and so on. That's a good picture. Great shot there of Dominic Fischnaller. 4th here in Sigulda. Last season, 4th in Park City, 7th in Lake Placid. Really smooth slider, Fischnaller, when he can get into the right position early. He could go close here, and he started well, Fischnaller, inside that time of Kaspars Rix, the Latvian who still leads the way here.
Just beautiful top section from Dominic. You know, Sigulda is one of the last true luge tracks. It's just tailor-made for an athlete like Dominic, who moves on the sled so gracefully. A little high in the entrance to 10 and some late direction to 12, but deals with it well from 12 to 13, gets it back into rhythm.
Oh, there's no rhythm there. Fischnaller loses it. Now he'll try and slide to the finish, but he's not going to make it, Fischnaller, and that's a massive disappointment.
It was going so well for Fischnaller. That top section, building speed, very awkward crash, falling in front of the sled like that. You know, when it's like that, you've got to be very aware where the sled is. Becomes a very heavy, dangerous, sharp implement when you're in front of it. Not a nice place to be. But this top section from Fischnaller, just beautiful through the top. Here we see that good shot from 13 to 14, just hanging on the end of 14, and you just see the sled break away into 14. He gets that height in the entrance, and when you drop down in the middle like that, you come back up on the exit. He tried to get back on. The difference as well, Dave, with this straightaway, it's the widest straightaway we have in the sport. And on a luge, that makes a huge difference because you can actually end up going backwards, and that's, again, is not a position you want to be in.
David Gleicher crashed out in Park City after finishing 7th in Winterberg, 10th then in Lake Placid, 9th here in Sigulda last year. Not known as a fast starter, David Gleicher. Let's see how he matches up against the time of Kaspars Rix. By the way, Gintz Berzins, another Latvian, to come next.
David Gleicher, choppy through the top. That is his style. He's a very angular slider. Still manages to build speed though, and he continues to do so as he stays in the green through this upper labyrinth. That nice transition from 10 to 11, doing all the good work, and that's the best 11-12 transition we've seen so far.
This is really nice and smooth so far from Gleicher. In he goes to that long straight. You can see the extent to which he was flying. Look at this, just under 2/10 of an advantage. Gleicher surely is going to overtake Rix here. Yes, he is. Maintains that advantage. Gleicher in front.
Incredible, that exit 14, I really hope we see that again. That was a thing of beauty. See him come down from the high point in 14 onto the straightaway. This is his exit out of 15 towards Kreisel. Again, you see him just gently nudging the sled across to the right. That's exactly where you need to be going into this long curve 16 where you can gain a lot of time, but if you don't get it quite right, you can lose a ton of time as well.
Now, Austria lead, and we go Latvia, Austria, Austria, Latvia, Austria before the two Germans. We get down towards the big contenders. Gintz Berzins, born in Sigulda, former youth Olympic champion, 6th here last season, 8th and 10th and 14th in the World Cup events so far. He'll expect to go closer than that here. 3,000th outside with the start from Berzins, but Gleischer was very, very quick at the top. Little bit scruffy there from Berzins, but now he looks to try and pick up speed and try and eat into Gleischer's time.
That 5-6 from Berzins, setting himself up well for that upper labyrinth. And it's a good line from 11 to 12. The transitions are looking good for Berzins. And as you can see, he's gone into the green by 9,000ths of a second.
Back into the red he goes. Top class sliding. No from Berzins, but the foot comes down from Gintz Berzins. It's going to cost him speed, and it's going to cost him the lead, I think. Yes, second Berzins. And second with that mistake shows just how well he was going.
He was absolutely flying all the way into 15. Yes, he dropped into the red ever so slightly, but he was just back by a few thousandths. As you see this in curve 11, just beautiful home field advantage curve there. But this is where the damage was done. He just had to make that tiny correction. Now you know, because it's uphill, you can't make too much input on the sled. But just dropping those feet when you're going uphill is such an expensive mistake.
Still in it, Latvia 2 and 3. One brother leads, the other brother goes. Nico won here in Sigulda last season. Still massive names to come. Can he get past his brother and lead here? Nico Gleischer, the Austrian soldier. Off he goes.
Well, it's smooth through the top, 3 to 4. Looking really good from Gleischer here. 6 always looks choppy, but he makes a good effort through there. Little skid in that upper labyrinth. And this all-important transition from 10 to 11 and 11 to 12 looking great for Gleischer right now.
Gleischer's looking really good in terms of the time as well. Still in those green numbers. Nearly 700ths ahead of his brother here. 124 kilometers an hour. Is Nico going to grab the advantage? He is! He is Gleischer's 1 and 2 at the moment, with some mighty names to come right now.
Interesting run there. Didn't look as tidy as his big brother's run, but still such a great afterburner performance from Nico Gleischer, just finding speed through the bottom section. This 12-13 transition, such a great camera shot. See how high the sled goes in 12. It's a scary place to be when you're up that high, but he made it look so easy. That was that tiny mistake out of 14. But you see, he keeps his cool and kept on accelerating. Austria 1-2.
Yeah, big smile. Austria 1-2, Latvia 3-4. Austria, Latvia, Austria to come next. First, Wolfi Kindl, who was 5th in Winterberg, then 11th in Park City, but then back to form 3rd in Lake Placid. You know he's going to be rock solid normally. Will he be quick enough here? Wolfi Kindl, not the fastest starter, and he's 10th from the start here, so plenty of ground already to make up on both of his teammates.
Yeah, not a track that's tailor-made for Wolfi, but that doesn't mean he can't be fast here. Wolfi traditionally finding speed somewhere from the bottom of all these tracks on the tour. That's a gorgeous transition to 11, but just sends him late to 12. Gets it back together though, Wolfi, but he's back by 800ths.
Feels like he's fighting it, and he kept on fighting, and he's lost it here, Kindl. There's a rarity. Kindl crashes out. Kindl will not finish.
That's that turning backwards in that straightaway. Such a dangerous place to be. So good to see Wolfie walk away from that. It started out as quite an innocuous mistake out of 14. Looked like he was going to stick the landing. But yeah, then when that sled starts to turn, you're just a passenger just trying to find the best place to land. That's the 13-14 transition. So he goes high in that entrance. When that happens, you get dropped down, and then that pressure on the exit builds, and that's the result. Now going backwards, you can see him fighting hard to get back the other way. Almost hits those advertising signs, Wolfie Kindle. Good to see him walk away from that one.
Big disappointment. Great to see that he's okay. Two now, crashing out, Fishnella and Kindle. I tell you what, for those on the fringes, there are chances here of top 20, chances of the second run. Krista's happy odds, though, from Sigulda. 3 wins here in the men's singles. Knows this track better than any, performs here better than anywhere. Can happy odds go close? It's a good start, 7 thousandths quicker than Nico Gleischer, but he'll want to build on that. He'll want to lay down a really good time. Small skid there from happy odds at the top, and it's just cost him a little bit.
Yeah, that tiny margins that we talk about. It was such a good start from happy odds. So he's going to have to use all that experience, all that knowledge of this track. 12-13, diving into 13. And that exit 14 just giving him a little bit of a push. He's going to run out of track.
Yeah, happy odds now will dramatically go around this final finishing curve, and he is outside the time of Gleischer into third. Could have been worse, but should have been better from happy odds. An awful lot of very good judges fancied him, but now he's going to really have to go to get near the podium.
Yeah, we've still got some big names to come. Jonas Mueller, Felix Lock, Max Langenhan. And so this will feel like a missed opportunity for Krista's. I mean, that 15-16, just a thing of beauty. That gorgeous entrance to 16, doing everything right down the bottom, but those little mistakes that we saw in the top really costing Krista's happy odds.
On balance, though, you just mentioned the 3 massive names to come, and of course there are still plenty of sliders to come, but he may go into the second run 6th at worst, which gives him a chance. And there's no guarantee that these 3 will eclipse him, so we'll see. Mueller, first of all, had an unbelievable season to this point. 1 in Park City, 4th in Lake Placid, 2nd prior to that in Winterberg, and 2nd to Felix Lock in the overall standings. And Mueller up at the top trying to build speed. Normally, of course, so strong with his physical size down the bottom part of these courses.
Yeah, Mueller with that glorious start to the season, but struggling here just shows what a great run Nico put down. Just having to push it back into 12, but gets a good transition into 13. That's a much better 14 as well.
I think there is a sense that the new Olympic track really suits him. He won there in the test event. His flowing style, maybe this track less so. Let's see where Mueller stands. 2nd, into 2nd behind Nico. Great bottom of the course there from Mueller. Picked up time. Austria 1-2-3 right now.
Yeah, Mueller in curve 16, putting down just a gorgeous Kreisel. It was a strong, powerful start from the Austrian as well. Such a dynamic athlete to watch on the start and on the sled. This was at exit 14. Did it very, very well. But then 15-16 looked almost like a home athlete. Just one of the best curve 16s we've got. And that's the result, just 19 thousandths back.
Here's our leader, the evergreen Felix Lock, modern great. 36 years of age, 3 wins here in singles. 5th last season. What a season he's having to this point. Wins in Winterberg and Lake Placid. Could he do it again here in Sigulda? Never write this fella off, Felix Lock.
Felix never looks fast through the top here. Always looks a little choppy, but that's just his style. And again, Felix, one of those athletes that can just find time through the bottom of the track. Now he's dropped back on Gleischer. It's a solid run though. It's a good 13-14, and he's not back by far.
Yeah, remember, it's about putting yourself into position as well, and he's picked up a little bit of time, just over 100th of a second down. This might be tight, and Locke goes green right at the bottom of the course, and Felix Locke takes the lead. He is just extraordinary.
Well, Locke, we used the phrase a few times this season, rolling back the years, and he really, really is showing all of that experience. As we say, the top section wasn't the prettiest. He lost a little bit of time out of curve 6, but then through the bottom section, Felix Locke stringing together some spectacular combinations and some beautiful lines. This exit 15, you see him just drifting across to the right, keeps his cool, but that put him exactly where he needed to be on the entrance of that Kreisel, just on that right-hand wall. Unbelievable sliding from the German.
Our World Cup leader leads the way here. The world champion goes next. It gets serious. German follows German. The only athlete to have been on the podium in all 3 World Cup men's singles so far is Max Langenhan. Yet to win, but 3rd in Winterberg, 2nd in Park City, 2nd in Lake Placid. Rock solid right now. Only Locke better, with Müller in 2nd in the overall standings. But Langenhan wants to throw down a challenge. There are many who believe that Langenhan is slowly building towards a peak at the Olympic Games, but we'll see.
He did have a slow start to the season by his standards, for sure. But Langenhan looking every inch how he was last season when he was just in the form of his life. Now a little late into 11. That meant he had to correct. But he's got it back together for that tricky transition that did for 2 of our athletes.
Yeah, Fischnaller and Kindle both crashing out. Langenhan now 1,000th down. But he's got time just to pick up, but I'm not sure he's going to do it. It's going to be tight. Langenhan 4th. Langenhan 4th. So Locke leads the way from Gleischer and Müller. There's not much in it in terms of time, but Max Langenhan lost time down at the bottom of the course.
Well, it was looking so good, and I think that 11 to 13 section really cost Langenhan. You can see him here. Look at that aerodynamic form. Just wonderful sliding from Langenhan. But I think the damage was done with that late entrance to 11 that sent him up high in the beginning of curve 11, and then he had to play catch up. Did everything he could in the bottom of the track, and he's still very much in the hunt. Only 600ths back after the first run, and lots to play for tomorrow.
Svante Kohala, the athlete who was 6th in the Nations Cup. We saw him going through all of those stretching routines to try and get his body warm and ready for this considerable challenge. Kohala already down on that time of Locke, but these athletes, knowing that 2 have crashed out, Fischnaller and Kindle, they are focused on places here, top 15, top 20, to try and get as high up as they can, maybe into the top 10.
Just banging on to 11, but Svante deals with it well. He's got a lot to work on this run because he needs to show top 12 potential to get an Olympic berth and to please the Swedish Olympic Committee. Looks like he may be struggling to maintain that on this run, however.
Yeah, it looks like he is. He's going to be down, isn't he? Kohala 15th. Only Tucker West slower. Kohala will be fuming about that. Just to be clear about that, it's top 12 potential he needs to show.
He does.
Doesn't actually have to finish top 12, but the sense he might.
Yes, absolutely. And
it's tough, isn't it?
It's really tough for these less well-funded nations. We see the quality of his sliding in that shot. And unfortunately, that section from 11 to 13, it really is the key to the bottom of the track. Those curves between 10 and 14 come so fast.
So Alex Filazzo now, the Australian, Took up the sport 15 years ago at that natural track in Naseby in New Zealand. 11th in Lake Placid. You might remember the crash on the second run in Park City, but that was a good finish for him in Lake Placid. Let's see what he can do here. Felix Locke has set the standard here. Falazzo outside of his start, but he won't worry too much about that. Falazzo looking to build on a really good outing last time in that second of our USA events.
Alex Falazzo, one of the greatest small nation sliders ever. Had that historic 5th place finish in the Worlds in Altenburg a couple of years ago. And looking solid here, but losing time. He's a quarter of a second back as he goes from 13 to 14.
Yeah, you could see him making the adjustment, couldn't you? Let's see how much it's costed now. Nearly half of a second back for Falazzo. He's got an awful lot of work to do here. Has he got time to make up the time? He hasn't. He's 14th.
Alex Falazzo in a partnership with Team USA this season. He was with Canada the year before. He's had a lot of runs on this track because previously he was also in a partnership with Latvia, so had home track status right here in Sigulda. This was that little correction he had to do before 15. Didn't have a perfect exit, but kept his calm, kept his cool, and got it back together. Falazzo looking good for a second run.
Now, Alex Gufler, we talk about these sliders just on the edge of the Olympic Games. He'd be one of them. Second in the Nations Cup in Park City. That turned into a 12th place finish, but then 21st in Lake Placid. Consistency can so often be the problem, and he was 12th in that Olympic test event. Remember, the Olympic Games means so much more this time to all of these Italian athletes. Gufler, that was a really slow start, over a 10th of a second outside Locke's time already here from Alex Gufler. We start, of course, to look at the speed of the track, of track conditions and so on, but this looks a bit sloppy so far from Gufler.
It does. Those small mistakes at the top starting to add up for Alex Gufler. That start really punishing him. Bottom section, though, looking good from 11 to 12. Very high in curve 12, but gets away with it. 14 exit, flat, trying to find what he can through the bottom of the track. It gets flat through here, and you see that uphill section where it just takes speed off the sled.
Over half a second behind, though. He's struggling. That place in the top 20, 15th, gives him a chance, certainly gives him a chance, but still 11 sliders to go here.
We heard that, actually heard the sled slam onto the start curve, which is an expensive mistake to make in the top of the track. Wonderful shot of curve 10 there. And then this is that gorgeous exit that he did. You see, he knew he was on a good line, and that's when he decided to trust himself, put the head back, point the toes, and try to build speed down that long straightaway. A straightaway that's been really tricky for so many of our athletes today. Not usually a huge problem.
And by the way, for any pedants out there, 10 sliders to go, not 11. Matthias Sokovic is the first of them. See those little spikes on the gloves. It was great to get that shot. That's where all the traction is going to come from. First, the power to get him away, then the traction, the push from those gloves, and now into position he goes. Round that first turn, and a really good start here from Sokovic. Certainly one of those who could threaten that top 15 here.
Yeah, he had a great week in training, Sokovic. A little choppy from 5 to 6. But then gets it back together for this upper labyrinth. Now this is that critical section we were talking about, but Sokovic does it with ease, and the transition, that parallel transition from 11 to 12, again setting Sokovic up well for the bottom.
Yeah, he was 0.3 of a second outside at the last split. Where is he now? He's nearly half a second out now, Sokovic. He's got an awful lot of time to make up here. Sokovic will move into the top 20, but with plenty still to go. Only Kahala and West behind him.
Yeah, it's a dangerous place to be at the moment. 17th, a lot of quality still left to go. This is that big, powerful start. Say Mateusz Sokovic had that terrible accident before the Beijing Olympics. Came back, very, very heroic return. And this is a great shot of the 15-16 transition. You see how close you have to get to that right wall to make it smooth. But it was just a little bit too little, too late for Sokovic into the finish curve.
Now, Andre Manzi, another of our evergreen athletes. He's having a good season. 11th in Winterberg, 13th in Lake Placid. Didn't qualify in Park City, but having a good time of it. Excellent technical slider, who you would expect once again to go well here. Let's see what Manzi can do. The lock time up there on your screen. Manzi, the 12th fastest start of 20 athletes so far. Can he improve on that? A little mistake there at the top as well from Manzi. That will have cost him.
Manzi, a deceptively fast starter. Just bumping on a little early there on curve 8 as well. And late into 11, that's that height in the entrance you don't want. You see him having to try and push it back into 12. And it's choppy into 13, but he's got it back together. Edge of the seat stuff from the Ukrainian.
But you saw both feet come down, and that's cost him time. Not as much as it might have done. Over half a second down on Felix Lock. So where does that put him? In the overall scheme, it puts him in 18th. Given the errors that he made, yeah, he'll be disappointed with that.
Now, this is a perfect example of how that 10-11 transition really holds the key to what lies below it. So you saw the problem starting in 10-11, but this is 12-13. You saw him just going late to 13. You drop down in the middle, and then you go back up on the exit. And that's what gave him this awkward exit as he was trying to look for a soft place to land on the exit of 13, managed to ride it out. But those mistakes adding up for Andre Manzi.
8 sliders to go. Tucker West currently 20th, but he and Kahala both over a second down. There are big chances here for the likes of Marian Skupek. Ninis in 10th at the moment, his countryman. Skupek 32nd in that Olympic test event, 9th here in the Nations Cup. Trying to challenge that time of Lock, and you could see the mistake we've seen so regularly on that corner, and Skupek made it.
It's such a tricky balance through that top section. You're trying not to do too much on the sled, but if you don't do enough, you end up falling off the curves. Little skid into 12, very high. Gets away with it, 13-14. It's a smooth exit from 14.
Smooth exit, but feels like he's lost a lot of time, and he has, and that will continue, you would feel, down the track. Skupek is going to be struggling to challenge ultimately for top 20. He is 20th. He's quicker than Tucker West, but he'll look vulnerable, I'm sure.
Yaroslav Slavic, his coach himself, a fantastic slider, 3rd in the Goodwill Games on the first ever race held in Lake Placid. But Skupek, we saw these mistakes in the top. They're not spectacular. You hardly see them, but they just add up. Because the bottom section from Skupek was really solid. I mean, this is one of the nicer entrances to the finish curve that we've seen, but those tiny little mistakes in the top, just falling off 3, falling off 4. They're not spectacular, they're not much to look at, but they make a huge difference.
Valentin Cretu, those spectacular Romanian uniforms here. He will feel, with his quiet sliding style, that he's got a chance of heading into the second run. In fact, I'd go so far as to say he'd be disappointed if he doesn't. Outside the start time of Felix Lock, but that's not really his target. He'll be looking to be about 6 or 7 tenths, get himself up to 14th or 15th. Just under 2 tenths behind at the moment.
Cretu very much in the mold of a A classic Italian style slider with good position, good feeling in the shoulders. And 14, good exit, has to make a little correction. But he's losing time, he's over half a second back.
Well, we're talking about the time he needed to be aiming for. Where is he? Over half a second there. Has he managed to pull any of that back? Well, 7.88 takes him to 18th and gives him a chance with 6 sliders still to go. Is he just going to hang on to a place in the top 20?
It's certainly going to be tight. Those small mistakes in the top again from Valentin will have cost him. See a great shot of the start here. Those powerful paddles from Cretu. And this is where he had that little bit of left direction, but you just see that correction, gorgeous little correction down the straightaway, and then just pushes it across gently to get early to curve 15.
Now then, Leon Haselrieder, just 18 years of age. Father, an Olympic bronze medalist in the doubles in Torino. Oswald, along with Gerhard Plankensteiner, so another from a good luge family. 2 golds at the Winter Youth Olympics in Gang 1 in 2024. Another Italian looking to make an impact on this World Cup season. Outside the start time of Lock, in fact, the slowest start we've seen from Leon Haselrieder, so he already has plenty of work to do.
Yeah, we just saw him just tap that right wall out of curve 1 into curve 2. Bottom section looking better for Haselrieder. An 11 high in the entrance, but gets away with it. This is that tricky transition. So little track between 13 and 14.
Haselrieder needs to make up time, and he's losing it here. He's getting up towards nearly a second behind. Has he managed to find anything in the bottom of the course? No, no, no. Only Tucker West slower than him. That's a big disappointment. His teammate Fishnala crashing out, but Haselrieder not able to make any kind of impact here.
Bottom section for Haselrieder. See him zipping up the boots. I was wondering if we'd blown a zip out there or something. It was a great shot of the start we got of Haselrieder. Small mistakes at the top, but one of the big errors that Haselrieder made there was actually in 15, where you see him almost up to the roof. When you're up there, it's a scary place to be. He did very well to handle it and stick the landing on the exit, but there the damage was done.
Eddie Creation of Romania. There are still chances here. Svante Kahala is over a second behind our leader, and yet he's still 20th. So still chances for sure. The track may be slowing, but we got 5 good sliders to come, starting with this fella. After Creation, it's Nikolaev, Kobayashi, Harris and Hyman. So still 5 in with a chance. The top 20 is there for them if they can get this somewhere near right. But again, a wrong line there from Creation. Just went a little bit high at that turn, as we keep saying, that has caught plenty out.
Yeah, those top sections, so important to be smooth, so important to be precise. It's a good entrance to 11, and you see the result there. A good parallel straight shot into 12 for Eddie. Just hanging on the exit of 14, but keeps his calm.
It is so hard, though, with the conditions of the track to make an impact. Couple of bumps on the wall there. When you are one of these later starters, it makes life so difficult, and he is well outside as well, and still Kahala hanging on.
Yeah, that mistake on the exit of 15. Uphill, just tapping that right wall. This is it here. Now, everything in your body and mind is telling you to drive away from that wall you're about to hit. But what he does here is exactly the right thing. He actually drives into the wall to stop himself from ping-ponging down that straightaway. Great awareness there from the Romanian.
Playing with fire up there.
Mirza Nikolaev Top 30, the Bosnian in that Olympic test event. Another who will feel, at the risk of once again sounding like a broken luge record, that if he gets this somewhere near right, there is that place in the top 20. But no one of these late starters has got it somewhere near right, not yet anyway. And it's a slow start from Nikolaev, who now looks to start to pick up speed and try and eliminate these little mistakes here.
See him just falling off 5, Nikolaev. But Mirza, you know, is on such a good vein of form at the moment, trains with the international FIL team, put on by the International Federation, an international team of sliders from different countries, but that's very high in 14. He's going to be over. He's got to try and get it back on the stills. It's so important for him to get these points.
Is he going to get there? He isn't. He isn't. Yeah, we know how you feel. At least he's okay. But that's a third athlete crashing out.
You see it happen. You get that height. Kaya Hatton in the finish box waiting for him. She's not going to see her athlete for a little while. It's so important to get that 13-14 transition right. This was an identical mistake to Fishnala, where you just got high on the exit. And once you're up there, you just cross so aggressively. See him drop down in the middle of 13. The only place to go now is back up on the exit. You see him rise, and then you get that big height in the entrance of 14, and the same thing happens. Very, very difficult to come back from that mistake. Fighting the whole way, knowing that those points are so important.
Now Seiya Kobayashi from Nagano, host of the 1998 Winter Olympic Games, the only Japanese luger in Beijing. Spends a lot of time training in Lake Placid. Kobayashi, can he be the one? Can he be the one to edge his way into that top 20 at the moment? Clinging on here is Svante Kahala.
Well, Kobayashi, as we've said earlier in the season, is one of those guys that a lot of the athletes look to for how to drive a tricky curve. Always drives very clean lines, very precise slider. 10-11, a little bit high in the entrance of 11. That's going to push him late to 12. But this is looking to like a useful run through the bottom section, but he's half a second back.
Yeah, we look at this split now. Yeah, he's drifting up towards a second now. He's going to find himself just outside. He might, if he could just find some speed, he might make 20 here. Kobayashi 24.
Hey, good job, Seiya.
Tiny margins, but not enough, or too little too late for Kobayashi. Going through there. It was a solid top section from the Japanese athlete. But this slowing down of the ice as well, probably affecting him as well. So you see a great shot of curve 15. And that exit straight down the middle. It's that classic, precise sliding that's so good to watch when we see Seiya Kobayashi on the track.
You are asking these guys, aren't you, going out late, the lower Nations Cup finishes, you're asking them to produce better form than some of the top athletes in the sport here to make the top 20, aren't you, with the track slowing up?
Really
it's
are.
tough. It's really tough. Hunter Harris from East Fairfield in Vermont. 24th in Park City, 22nd in Lake Placid. Very much part of the New England winter sports scene. Hunter, can he be the one? There's one to go, Hyman, after this, so someone's got to be the one, or else Svante Kahala, over a second down, and our leader is going to make that top 20. Might be massive, you know, for Svante, these last two sliders to get into that 20.
He's going to be waiting with bated breath, I think. I think that making that top 20 for Svante will at least give him another pitch at getting close to that top 12. But back to the matter at hand. Harris putting together a solid midsection, but some mistakes in the top. 13-14, though, very smooth from Hunter.
So nice and smooth there. What about the bottom of the course? It nearly a second now, so unless he picks up time, he too is going to be outside that time as Svante Kahala. And Harris doesn't look like he's picked up enough. No, 25th, he's lost time again. And Kahala, his nervous way continues. Just one athlete to go in Andre Hyman.
Some very, very precise lines from Hunter Harris. 14 to 15, this is that exit 14. That calm, just keeping it off that left wall, making sure you go early to 15. And then this beautiful shot round Kreisel, one of the best curve 16s we've seen so far. But further up the track was where the time was lost for Hunter Harris. Still a great curve 16, but that's the last we'll see of Harris this weekend.
Now then, Andre Hyman, good luck. 30th out, slowing track. We know what he's aiming at. 0.1080 outside the time of our leader, Felix Lok. Remarkable story again with Lok leading the way. But the target has to be Kahala here for Hyman. How's he going at the top of the course? It'll start to tell us plenty.
That choppy 5-6 transition always looks choppy, but slightly choppier there from Hyman. Low line round 10, but works out well for him. Little skid into 13, keeps us cool. It's going to be a good exit of 14, and it is.
Nearly a second outside the time of Felix Lok, though, so unless he has a remarkable bottom of the track, he's not going to make the top 20. Here comes Hyman, 24th. He held it together, actually, better than some, but it wasn't enough. And so Fishnala, Kindle and Nikolaev crashing out. Kobayashi, Harris and West slower than Hyman. It means Kahala does get 20th and is able to plead his case. And if he could just move up to 15th or something, then might be a big week. Didn't look like one, did it? When he finished, he was disappointed, but he's hanging on, Svante Kahala. But Felix Lok leads the way. Germany, Austria, Austria, Germany, Austria. Something old school about that top 5. Lok, Gleicher, Müller, Langenhan, Gleicher. And then Apiots, Berzins and Rinks, 6th, 7th and 8th for Latvia. They will hope that one of them at least can break into that 5 and maybe even the podium. And there's Kahala confirmed as 20th. He will get the second run tomorrow underway. And that's a big run for one or two of those outside names. Gufler, Gran Cagnolo, these are the guys who miss out. Big shocks, Fishnala and Kindle do not finish. Nikolaev also misses out. And Tucker West had a really bad day. So that's the story from the men's singles here in Sigulda. Women's and men's singles now will reconvene tomorrow. The second run, that Olympic style, if you like. You have to sleep on it. Women's doubles will start at 12:28. And we will be back for that shortly in round about 20 minutes time, and we'll see you there. And welcome back to Sigulda. The World Cup drama continues. The build up to the Olympics continues, and our focus on an event that will be in those Olympic Games thrillingly coming up at the end of this month. Of course, cannot wait for the build up. The World Cup events all the way through January, just building towards Milan Cortina. We're in Sigulda, and having had our first runs of the women's singles and the men's singles, now the women's doubles. 1,000 meters vertical drop, 111.5, 13 corners. So this is the women's singles course effectively. And let's take a look. We've seen that start. That's not involved on the stilts. The start from lower down, that very, very awkward early turn as we swing down to the bottom of the course through the Kreisel and up to the finish. Looks easy, doesn't it? As we've seen so far, it is anything but. And Mark Hatton, two-time Olympian, who's alongside me for all of this World Cup coverage with us here. Tremendous to have him, and his expertise is going to talk us through the POV.
This is that shot just passing the women's start, curve 6 into this upper labyrinth. Now this is where you can stretch out. This is where it gets tricky. This 10-11, you see there's hardly any track on that transition. Wants to push you late to this curve 12. You go very high in there. And this 14 is where we saw so many crashes in the men's. 3 crashes, twice as challenging on a double sled. High G in the exit of that curve 15. And then they're trying to get so close to that right wall as they go around that Kreisel. Try not to hit the left wall on the exit. And up they go up this very, very steep finishing straight. A very challenging track for doubles.
I love that line, twice as hard on a double sled, but it's absolutely true. Isn't that a great picture again? Some of these shots from the drones all around Sigulda really show the place's beauty. And as Mark was saying, there isn't actually a great deal beyond the luge track in Sigulda. And I think that shot sort of tells you a bit. Here's the temperature, of course, which you've always got a keen eye on.
Yep, getting a little bit cooler now. This is good news for our athletes, hoping that the track will hold up. It's still above freezing, the air temperature. So they're going to have to crank up the refrigeration plant and make sure that track holds. The trouble is when you crank up that refrigeration plant, start pumping ammonia through those pipes, what happens is you get frost growing through, and that frost acts like a brake on the runners for the later athletes.
That's always the problem, isn't it? The later athletes seem to suffer. Here is our start list, starting with the Latvian pair. Third in the Nations Cup, Ogorodnikova and Zvilna. And then second in the Nations Cup, the Chinese pair, Guli and Zhao. As you can see on that start list, we have Degenhardt and Rosenthal, but they will not start. Egler and Kipp are the pair who've led the way, though, throughout the season so far. Final warm-up moments. Are you able, because you know much more about these things than me, and you're far more intelligent than me and able to explain exactly what's happened with Degenhardt and Rosenthal. It's to do with percentages, isn't it? And
it is.
And I read one sentence and then I've lost things by about the second sentence, so tell me.
So every athlete has to get within 7% of the fastest time in their training group. And that's a safety thing. So what's it, you know, you're in 50, if 50 seconds is the fastest time, you have to get a 53.5 in order to go through to Nations Cup or World Cup. The problem with Degenhardt and Rosenthal, they had some sickness in the camp, so they'd done one official training run where they had qualified, got the 7%, and then yesterday they had the seeded group training, which again is a standalone singles run. Should have been their bread and butter, but they crashed, so they couldn't complete 2 timed runs, and therefore they couldn't make the start list for the World Cup.
Now, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to say this. It strikes me as someone, you're obviously an insider and an expert and competitor in this sport. As an outsider, I think it's a shame when, for that reason, one of your best doubles pairs, who would have been a challenger to win here, can't take part. But is it rules is rules?
To a point, I
because
think
there's no safety issue with them, is there?
Not with them.
Yeah.
No. I think it's about setting precedent, probably. But I do see your point. It's a shame not to see them on the start list, especially in the form they're in.
Good record here. Anyway, not going to matter, is it? Ogorodnikova and Zvilna will start for Latvia. Big weekend for Latvia. And if you haven't watched the doubles, there's an element of madness to it. There really is. It's very, very tough. There's the Latvian cheerleaders. Well, strange look for cheerleaders, but they're doing their best. There's a mistake there. That turn that they're so not used to on this women's course catches them out right at the start.
It's so tricky on a double sled, Sigulda. I mean, it's tricky for everybody. But on a double sled, these things are so immobile, so heavy. But the home team starting to get it together now from 12 to 13. You just saw that leg come out into 13.
Oh, and again, desperately trying to hold on to it. Lost so much time. It's a great effort to try and keep going, but look at the speed and how it's affected them. They're going to be very, very slow, but they are at least going to finish here.
Well, it looks so innocuous coming out of curve 14. Looked like they were going to hold it, and that just saw the sled break away. Now, as we saw in the men's, we saw Eddie Creation do this beautifully. When you start to hit down the straightaway, the best thing to do is to actually, it's totally counterintuitive. You want to drive into the wall you're headed for. That will stop you from going from left to right and left to right. This is that entrance to 14. Didn't look too bad. And not too much height on the exit. They almost stick it, but then it starts oscillating. Those hits get harder. And what they're thinking of is, we've got to get into 15 straight.
So it's almost like steering into a skid in a car that you're always taught to do. Same counterintuitive logic, 100%. Which is very, very hard to apply, as you say. Here we go. Gulli, a football-loving student, and Zhao, both still in their early 20s. Second in the Nations Cup. Gulli had a really bad injury in training last year, a fractured fibula, which is no fun anyway, but certainly not in this sport. Now, we know if they finish, they're going to be quicker than the Latvians, but the question is how much quicker?
Well, all week, this track has caused the doubles athletes so much trouble. Gulli and Zhao, though, with a gorgeous curve 11 there, just pushing it into 12, and a little late to 13, very low in the middle.
More problems there, nearly. They just about held on. They corrected the error under the split now, and this is where, of course, the mistakes are going to come, and there is another skid. Both pairs have made a real mess of this so far. They're going to be quicker by over 2 seconds, but 44.551 for Gulli and Zhao.
Wow, this track is just so technical. You see these innocuous looking mistakes. They're not big mistakes, but this was where the mistakes started. You see them drop low in the middle of 13. When that happens, the G-force still exists. It's not going anywhere. And what it does, it wants to throw you back up to the roof in the exit. They got away with it on that run. But here out of 15, you saw them just catch some pressure. And that put paid to their shots at a top 10.
Second Latvian pair coming next. Robesnica and Bogdanova won the Nations Cup. They were third here in Sigulda last year. They were 7th in Lake Placid, having had a nightmare start to the season. Crashed in Park City. Big mistakes in Wintersport. Can they get it right here at home? Robesnica and Bogdanova inside the target of Gulli and Zhao, but they're going to have to go infinitely quicker than them to challenge here.
Can hear something squeaking on the sled as they go past. Not sure what that is, but that's a gorgeous 13-14, but just having to put the feet down on the exit deals with it well. This should get them into first place if they can stick 15.
But everyone is finding it really, really hard. Can they get trouble-free down to the bottom of the course? They can here, and they will set the standard. That's more like it. Over a second and a half inside Gulli and Zhao. Now it feels like we have a proper competition.
Yeah, we've had the openers, and we've seen from that just how difficult this track is on a double sled. From the top of the order all the way down to the bottom of the order. A lot of crashes in training this week. This was that awkward turn around 14. You saw them just come up on the exit. But that's where home field advantage comes into play. Being able to correct those mistakes and get the sled back on track, forget about it, and move on to the next curve.
I'd quite like to see a coach cam with a whole run. I'm sure you wouldn't when you're coaching. We won't encourage that, Mark, but you even see the reactions to a minor mistake. It's horrible to watch. All your work is done. Now, Nadia Falkensteiner and Annalena Huber, the Italians here, 8th in Sigulda last season. What sort of an impact can they make? They negotiate that opening corner better than some others have done, but still slower than Robesnica and Bogdanova at the start. Only just outside by 100th of a second.
You often feel watching doubles in Sigulda that there's a lot of damage limitation. You know it's really going to be a perfect run as you see them just slam into the left wall. Very low, they're going to crash here, and they do. They're over through 14. Just saw them dip in the middle of 13. And when that happens, there's only one place to go, and that's straight back up as Armin Zergler looks on.
Well, all you hope now is that they're okay. Sled on top of them. One of the Latvian team there going straight away to help. And this is just always a worrying moment to wait and see the athletes get to their feet. But here's the error mark.
That was that low point in the middle of 13. You see how aggressively the sled rises up to the exit. And eventually when that happens, you just run out of curve. So that's why they face planted into 14. And at this point, you're just trying to get the sled back on the steels to try and finish. But after a while, it just comes down to self-preservation. And especially on a double sled, because the thing to remember is the top person, they're strapped onto the sled. On a single sled, you can bail and look after number one. On a double sled, when you crash, you're along for the ride from start to finish, attached to your sled and with your bottom man or bottom woman attached to you.
And presumably, in terms of singles, you want the sled in front of you, don't you? If you crash, you don't want it behind you where it can catch you up. So the whole idea is, well, when you're strapped to it, it's almost hard to control where the sled is.
Best advice I was ever given on my beginner's week about 100 years ago by a man called Derek Prentice was, think of the sled as a runaway bacon slicer.
There you go.
So make sure it's in front of you and not behind you.
Anyway, they're okay. I'm going to struggle to shake that image now. A runaway bacon slicer. We bring Mark along to cheer us all up. Maya Chan and Sophia Gordon are going to go next. Well, it takes some controlling, that dog. It's got a hint of, I'm taking you for a walk about it, that situation. Of course, there'll be a delay here to make sure that everyone's okay and the track's in good condition. He wants something to slide down. Lots of fun to be had, plenty of fun to be had in the snow.
Both athletes looked okay getting off the sled, didn't they? And so I'm sure we're just doing some checks on the track. There's a possibility they could have lost something in the track as well. Bits and pieces can fall off the sled in a crash like that very easily.
Thankfully, we've cut away from the unnerving child who was staring straight into the camera, and now we get back to the start here with Maya and Sophia. 9th in Park City, but then 5th in Lake Placid. USA looking for another big weekend, certainly looking for a big Olympic Games. What chances as well for these women's doubles pairs at the Olympic Games. Little word between them. Maya Chan from Chicago. If you've ever been there in the winter, you'll realize that she's used to these kind of conditions.
Let's go, girls.
Final alterations. 3 finishes so far. Chan and Gordon to go next then. As Mark's already explained, mistakes down here almost inevitable. It's just keeping them to a minimum. They negotiate that pretty well. In the red compared to Robesnica and Bogdanova, but Chan and Gordon will be confident they can pick up time down the course as they already are doing.
Well, it's looking smooth at the moment for Chan and Gordon. That's a good 11 as well, 11-12. Great transition to 13. They're stringing together a great run, the Americans. And you look at that clock on the corner, and they're building time the whole way down.
Yeah, you can see them accelerating, can't you? It's not just that mistakes compound down the course, quality sliding compounds down the course as well. And that's what we're seeing here from Chan and Gordon. They lead. They lead just under 2/10 quicker. That's a great run from them.
That really was. It was so close to a mistake on the exit of 15, but they kept their cool and put together a great run. The American pairing. One of the better start curves we've seen so far. He's still going high in that entrance. You saw the leg come out, but as you said, Dave, you take these mistakes, they are inevitable. It's how do you bounce back from them? How do you recover? You see Maya Chan stretching out there on top.
It's funny seeing that first turn in slow motion, because I described that as nearly perfect. The only thing is, in comparison to what we'd seen, it was, but it was still a long way from. So tough, though. Domovitz and Pivkovska now. 11th in Park City, 9th in Lake Placid. Both students, Nicola and Dominika. Proud Polish team. Can they challenge Chan and Gordon here? Already we've seen Falkenstein and Huber crash out. We know that Degenhardt and Rosenthal will not go, so there are chances for others to stake their claims here. Still in the red, these two.
Just caught that first drive nicely in 11, didn't have a perfect entrance, but the feet go down into 14, but they get it back under control.
But over 3/10 outside for Domovitz and Pivkovska. Remember, big names to come still. And these two pushing for top 3 at the moment, and they made 3rd. But of course, respectfully, with what happened with Guli and Zhao and the other Latvian sled, it's, well, not as big an achievement as it might otherwise be, and there are plenty still to come.
Let's take a look at that curve 14. You just saw them slam onto it a little bit. Almost came up on the exit. You see them just fall off the curve, but keeps a cool. Domovitz on the top of the sled, stretching out. And when you do that, it stabilizes the sled as well. It's not all about aerodynamics.
Now, Elisa Marie Stork and Paulina Patz, they were 4th after the first run in Winterberg and then didn't finish. They took risks on the second run and crashed out. 13th in Park City, 10th then in Lake Placid. They've got junior World Cup wins over the years, but what can they do here, the German pair? Chan and Gordon, after what looked an excellent run, lead the way by nearly 2/10 of a second. Stork and Patz quicker than them at the start, but it was a bit further down the course where Chan and Gordon began to pick up time. So it's the next couple of splits that are going to be really interesting here from the Germans. They're still good here.
Holding on to that lead. Still in the green, 10-11. And it's a gorgeous 11 entrance. Just getting nudged a little far left, but deal with it well. And 13 to 14 transition again. That's a good exit 14. They're setting themselves up well.
Looks nice and smooth and really clean here from Stork and Patz. Still in the green. If they stay mistake-free here, you'd think they're going to move into the lead. Stork and Patz do lead. Ahead of Chan and Gordon, the Germans move in front, but of course the likes of Eitberger, Machina, Egler and Kip, Forgan and Kirkby still to come here.
It's definitely the first real marker we've seen thrown down by the Germans. So you see this position through that top labyrinth. Sets the tone for that trickier part of the track from 10 to 14. Just see them going a little loopy there in the Kreisel in the finish curve. But they dealt with it very well, dropped out and had a straight shot up that uphill finish where we saw so many athletes in the singles hitting the left wall out of finish curve.
8 to go. And more technically 16 to go, but you know what I mean. Stetskiv and Mok, the Ukrainian pair next. 7th here in Sigulda last year. 8th in Winterberg, 10th in Park City, 12th in Lake Placid. Remember, a lot of those out of 14 or 16, so they are down the field. Number 1 aim will be top 10 and then higher. Quick at the start from Stetskiv and Mock ahead of Stork and Pats, the Germans who at the moment lead the way. The prohibitive favourites, Eigler and Kip, still to come in 4 sleds time. Stetskiv and Mock into the red figures now though.
It was one of the better start curves we've seen, but it hasn't helped them going into the lower, very high in the entrance at 12. Get it back together for 13 though, but they're back by 0.08 of a second.
They've got time to make up and they have time to put it right, but now nearly 0.2 of a second behind. They've lost yet more time here, the Ukrainians. Can they pick anything up down at the bottom of the course? They can a little. 4th for Stetskiv and Mock, ahead of Domovitz and Pivkoska and the other 2 who had so many problems.
Well, certainly one of the better start curves we've seen from singles or doubles from Stetskiv and Mock. Made that look easy. Vladimir looks on, pensively stroking his beard. It's a glorious beard.
I mean, if you're going to stroke a beard,
yeah,
that would be the one to stroke.
Absolutely. Textbook. Curve 1 here, well, curve 4. You just see them come on. That was very smooth. Just lost some speed through the middle, but plenty to build on for run number 2 for the Ukrainian team.
Futter and Oberhofer, 2 crystal globes for them in recent years. World Sprint Gold in Altenburg in 2024. World Cup wins along the way, of course, for Futter and Oberhofer. So far, 4th in Park City, 6th in Lake Placid, 4th last year in Sigulda. Are they going to make their mark here today?
Bumping onto 11. That was almost disastrous in the entrance of 11, but they got it back together. And they're putting together a good bottom section, just having to stabilize the sled with the feet down. Still, though, they're gaining time, almost 0.2.
Did well to respond to the error, made adjustments. Is it going to be enough here? Stork and Pats the target. They're inside. It could have been quicker, but they're inside. Very, very quick from Futter and Oberhofer.
I always think when you see Armin Zergler in the box, you think that guy's got such high standards that it must be so difficult for these athletes when they make minor mistakes. This was the start curve. They just went bumpy on the entrance of that. You see the sled go up. But exit 14, this is where they had to take some evasive action. A little bit of an overcorrection. It went to the right. So the feet had to be dropped. But they kept their discipline, kept their form, kept their focus. So they didn't plant the feet to the ice. They just tapped them down, got the sled going straight again, picked them up, and carried on to curve 15.
Yeah, given that we've already said we don't expect anyone to be perfect in this discipline, it's quite hard to be coached by a perfectionist. Eitberger and Machina. Eitberger won the singles here in 22-23. These two, one in Park City, 2nd in Lake Placid, 2nd overall in the standings to Eigler and Kip right now. Setting very, very high standards. And remember, no Degenhardt and Rosenthal here in terms of their teammates. Stork and Pats, their other teammates, currently 2nd at the moment. But Eitberger and Machina set for a really big weekend here.
They're almost 10th back on that checkpoint, but we've seen all season Eitberger and Machina find speed in the bottom of the track. They seem to have stabilized that loss of time from that choppy start curve. Just so close out of 14.
Yeah, it still looked a bit choppy, didn't it? Very high there as well from Eitberger and Machina. This is going to be tight. They're going to the green, though. Eitberger and Machina chasing it down at the bottom of the track to take the lead by over 0.2. They absolutely flew in that final 5th of the track.
Well, that was right on the edge from top to bottom from Eitberger. Machina. Some real edge of the seat stuff. Out of 14, it looked like it was all gone. And you see just the hard work getting the sled going straight again. Same happened out of 15 as well. You see them go very high in the Kreisel. And that just shows how much time they left out there. With that finish curve going that high in the entrance, that's almost a 10th in itself. So Eitberger and Matschina into first, but with time in the bank.
But now, Egler and Kip, the World Cup leaders, have had a brilliant season. Second in Winterberg, one in Lake Placid, second in Park City before that. Behind the time of Eitberger and Matschina, they won here in Sigulda last season. Just take a look at them at the very, very difficult top of this track. 500ths to make up, but we know how capable they are. But remember how fast Eitberger and Matschina were down at the bottom of the course.
Well, they're certainly closing the gap. Now the benefit of having Egler on top is that flat body position that she has. Probably built for luge, one of the most aerodynamic sliders on the tour, but she's got to find something into finish curve.
They need something dramatic. They need what Eitberger and Matschina found. Can they find it too? No, they can't. But it's close. 400ths of a second outside Eitberger and Matschina. They are still there to be shot at. Egler and Kip are still very much part of this story.
They absolutely are. They didn't do much wrong there, Egler and Kip. I feel we saw more mistakes on Eitberger Matschina's run. This is exit 14. That's pretty much perfect from the Austrian pairing. And then 15 again. Just beautiful sliding from the Austrians and very, very close racing, just 400ths back.
Proudly wearing those World Cup leader bibs. Next, Siobhan Forgan and Sophia Kirkby. Fifth in Park City, third in Lake Placid, sixth overall. Remember having missed one of the events. World Cup gold in Lillehammer, November 2024. They will be right there in the Olympic Games. There'll be a sense that they can do it. What about here for Forgan and Kirkby? Quicker than Eitberger and Matschina. The third quickest we've seen so far from the American team. Second here in Sigulda last season. They like this technical track, and at the moment, they're making a really good job of the tricky top of it.
Yeah, that start curve, the best we've seen. Late into 12. But make the transition to 13. High in the entrance of 14. It's a tricky exit, but she sticks it.
Just losing a little bit of time, though, because of those minor errors. There's a bigger one, though. Off both walls they go. They swing round this final turn. Forgan and Kirkby losing time all the time, down to 7th. How quickly it could all go wrong.
Second run.
Oh, they did so much right in the top of the track. They really did. All the way down to curve 11 was looking like a possible new leader. We know this team can do something special on any track in the world. They have so much credit in the bank, so many good results that they've had. This was one of the difficulties into 15, and you just see them drop early out of 15 and towards that right wall. And when that happens, being uphill, it's incredibly cruel because it just takes the time off so quickly.
They know what they did wrong. You have to look forward, not back. Next up, the Latvians. Now, Anda Upita won here with Sania Ozolina in 2022-23 in that World Cup season. She knows all about quality here. World Championship silver with Zane Kaluma in Altenburg. High class and almost an overcompensation at the start there, and they've lost speed already, Upita and Pavlova.
Well, that's so difficult to come back from. You see they're already a quarter of a second back with still lots of track to go. But clipping that wall on the start has really cost Upita Pavlova. And it's such a shame because you're seeing them now put together one of the better runs we've seen all day.
Yeah, there'll be real agony about that start. Might as well take a risk now, I suppose, but they're dropping back all the time. The right foot just came out to steady them again there from Upita. This a run to forget, and they're in 10th, and only Guli and Zhao and Agorodnikova and Zvilina, their teammates behind them. That's really nightmarishly bad for Upita and Pavlova, who would have expected so much more here.
It's such a minimal mistake. It's not a big hit, but just sends them late. Very lucky not to hit the bullnose there on the left. But by then the damage is done. They go high in that entrance, but then we see this exit 14. I mean, the rest of the run was pretty much faultless. Incredibly disappointing. You see sickness going through a lot of the camp at the moment.
So, next up, Slovakians Praksova and Spitsova, who were 17th in the Olympic test event. They're only 19, born within 5 weeks of each other. Young pairs being brought through because of the women's doubles at the Winter Olympics. Here they go, Praksova and Spitsova then, already significantly slower than Eitberger and Machina. Remember, no jeopardy in terms of the final 10 or what have you going through to the second run. They all will, if you finish, that is, which of course Degenhardt and Rosenthal didn't start. Falkensteiner and Huber did not finish. What about Praksova and Spitsova here?
Just hanging on the end of 11, just shot them almost into the left wall before 13, but they got it back together. Exit 14, just a little correction. Now this is where it's so critical, this uphill section, but they do it beautifully.
Nice and smooth from Praksova and Spitsova, and then a big bump off both of those walls at the end, and they're over a second and a half down, and they won't really have a say going forward, but they are still within the times of the Chinese athletes and the two Latvians, and indeed Falkensteiner and Huber, who didn't finish.
This is curve 11. Such a critical curve. You see them get that height in the entrance. When that happened, it brings you up on the exit, and that made the transition from 12 to 13 incredibly difficult. This 13, though, very, very nice from the Slovak pair.
Always learning, still young. You're allowed to make mistakes when you're teenagers. Stramotararu is 40. The veteran, now in a third full season with Manolescu, after giving up on singles. Manolescu, an army athlete. They won the Nations Cup in Winterberg in January, crashed out in Winterberg, and then 12th in Park City, didn't make it in Lake Placid, disqualified there. And here they go, our final pair on this first run. We'll be down to 14 for the second run.
You would hope that all this experience on top of the sled with Raluca will convert to a good result. These two are due a good result, and that curve 11 is going very much in the right direction for them. High brave line from 12 to 13, but it works out well for them, and a good exit of 14.
Looking for that speed now, Stramotararu and Manolescu, nearly 7/10 behind the time of Eitberger and Machina, who are surely going to lead going into the second run. They are, because clumsy at the end there, didn't cost them too much time. 11th for Stramotararu and Manolescu, still nearly a second and a half outside the leader's time. So Eitberger, Machina lead the way. Egler, Kipp, Vötter, Oberhofer, the big achievers really of that first run. As we see the highlights of Stramotararu and Manolescu, Stork and Pants and Shannon Gordon make up the top 5.
It was a good bottom section from the Romanians. You see them just gently edging the sled over to the right-hand side. One of the better curve 16s we've seen all day. And again, curve 11, such an important transition on this track.
So confirmation it is Eitberger and Machina lead the way just from Egler and Kipp. That's going to be the battle. Vötter and Oberhofer did really, really well And those down towards the bottom, pretty much out of it. All they can hope for is points really towards those standings. So that's the first run of the women's doubles. That will conclude this afternoon, but it will be the men's doubles to follow on the first run of that straight away pretty much. As you can see, Brunner and Weissensteiner will go first for Italy. They do make these days great for spectators, don't they? So much going on.
It really is, one after the other. We've seen so much racing today. Incredibly close racing as well. I mean, the women's singles this morning, what are we looking at? 5,000th between first and third. Unbelievably close.
Yeah, exactly. 3 Italian pairs are going to go in the first 5 here. Brunner Weissensteiner, Rieder Keinsveld, and Nagler Malaya. Bosman and Mick, the young Slovaks, will go out in second. And great battles up at the top. Eggert, Müller, the ones who lead the way from Gatt and Schurpf. Just Botts and Plumer have got an unbelievable record at this track. And of course the legends Vendel and Alt as well, with some interested Americans down towards the bottom of that list. There'll be a break after this men's doubles, and then we'll have the second run, as I said, of the women's. In the meantime, the crowd just enjoying themselves.
What's interesting about this setup now is that the women's doubles had a fresh track. The men's doubles are going on a track that's probably an hour old now, almost, from when it was last prepared.
Well, it's not so much what it's going to be like for these two, but as we go and as we go, how slow will it get? It could be very, very tough. So, to get us underway, Philipp Brunner, Manuel Weissensteiner. Weissensteiner, the son of Gerda, the former Olympic bobslayer. An Italian pair, again, those inter-team rivalries, so important. What can Brunner and Weissensteiner do, and what impact will the condition of this track make, remember, because it's not as cold as they'd like it to be, so let's see.
The Italians putting together a good opening run here. Just bouncing onto the entrance of 14, but get away with it on the exit. This is that critical curve 15 into the uphill, and they deal with that well as well.
Dealing with all the challenges thrown at them at the moment, and it's a really good opening, and this is the kind of day when you want to get in, and even he agrees. Even he's happy. Goodness me, it must have been good.
That really was something nice from our opening pairing of Brunner Weissensteiner. They can be happy with a job well done. This track all week has been showing a lot of crashes for the doubles. That was that slightly difficult exit from 14, but handled it with aplomb, lying back, maximizing the aerodynamics. And then 15, that high G exit into the uphill, where the sleds go from 5 or 6 G into almost negative G on the exit.
So good start. Of course, you never really know until everyone's gone. Christian Bosman and Bruno Mick. 11th in Winterberg, 18th in Park City, 15th in Lake Placid. They were 12th here in Sigulda last season. Second in that Nations Cup, so a good competitive start to their week.
Well, they threaded the needle there out of the start curve, almost clipping the left wall before curve 5, but getting away with it. This is curve 10. This is that short transition to 11, very high in the entrance. That's going to send them left into 12, and it does. But they're back on track in 13.
Yeah, they've done well to just correct things, haven't they, and get themselves back on course. Just under 800th of a second behind here, Bosman and Mick. Still the early stages of this first run of the men's doubles. Can they challenge Brunner and Weissensteiner? They can! They can. Bosman and Mick take the lead. That was very, very good in the bottom part of the course.
Yeah, Bosman and Mick at the final split by 300ths of a second. That was the benefit of driving a good finish curve. From 14 to 16, pinning those long curves together smoothly and effectively. They went a little late to the start curve, as you saw there, with the legs flying up. But look at this in the finish curve. Just dropping down, but then when you drop down at that part, it rises you up on the exit, and you get a good straight shot away from that left wall as you cross the finish line.
So coming next, Rieder and Keinswaldner. They were 5th at that Olympic test event. Nations Cup winners here, 11th here last season in Sigulda. Can they improve on that? Early signs this week suggest they just might be able to. Let's see. Good start already from Rieder and Keinswaldner.
Definitely one of the elite teams. Such a strong field of talent in the men's doubles and the women's doubles, to be fair. It's 10, 11, that's the best we've seen so far. Gorgeous smooth line round 10 and 11. 13 to 14, also smooth. This is a great run from the Italians, almost a quarter of a second in the lead.
And they've improved on that as well. They've shown us, you know, already how good they can be when they get it all right. 6 in the second run in Park City. They really flew that day, and they've flown here nearly half a second for Rieder and Keinswaldner. Zergler with much to smile about right now.
Well, I wonder if that's a run that could stand the test of time for a few sleds. That was really good work from Rieder Keinswaldner. Start curve was a little choppy. Nothing terrible. They didn't lose too much time through the top. You see this position on the sled through this upper labyrinth, such an important place on the track.
So, will it stand the test of time? We will see. They come thick and fast now. Müller and Haugshaar, winners in Lake Placid, 8th last year in Sigulda. Very much a home win, but can they back it up here? The target, the time of Rieder and Keinswaldner here for Markus Müller and Ansel Haugshaar.
Well, that first split on the start, very competitive, only 12 thousandths back at that checkpoint. This is that 10 to 11 section, and it's good from the Americans, little high in the entrance, but that transition to 12 is good, and 12-13 as well. Putting together a useful run here, but dropping back.
Yeah, you can see their time, as Mark was saying on the right of your screen, just dropping back as we go down the track here. Over a 10th now outside that time of Rieder and Keinswaldner. Müller and Haugshaar need a strong, dramatic finish here in their second.
Yes! Good job. Okay.
Good sliding from the Americans there. They had a little problem in 13.
So good.
Back of the sled skidded out a little bit, but other than that, it was pretty much perfect. This is that high line from 12. It's a brave line, but it gets you in exactly the right position you need for 13.
So, they're into second. Next up, Ivan Nagler, Fabian Malaya.
You're welcome.
Third Italian sled here, 7th they were, by the way, in the Olympic test event. They were 5th in Lake Placid and 3rd in Park City. They are becoming serious contenders, Nagla and Malaya. Great pedigree as well. Shouldn't be a big surprise. And they're in the green numbers already, right at the top of the course here. Rieder and Keinswaldner, their teammates at the moment, the pair who are leading the way.
It's a big start from the Italians, almost a 10th at the second split, but you hear that skid into 13. Getting it back together for the straightaway, and they're back into the red after that mistake earlier up the track.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You can see how those little mistakes just catch them, move them from green to red. Have they got time to pick it up again? They haven't. They're second. That time, you said it at that time, Rieder and Keinswaldner's time might just stand the test here. We've still got plenty of quality to come.
That mistake in 11 for these two really affected them. This is it, 10 to 11. It's fine margins. Another couple of centimeters to the left, it would have been fine. But what happens when that happens is your legs come off the Kufens, which is how you steer, how the top man steers, and it's very difficult to catch that first pressure in the curve.
So coming next, the team that won European Championship bronze in Sigulda in 2023. Sevic, Mikelsevic and Krasts, local experts as well, the Latvians. Great junior careers. 7th in Winterberg, 8th in Park City, 11th in Lake Placid. Again, they have real quality if they can get everything right.
And these two had some lightning training times this week. They won a couple of their sessions and showing it. They're 0.05 of a second in the lead early on in the proceedings. Low line round 10 to 11, I like that. And then that 11-12 transition, 12-13, linking it together, the best we've seen so far.
Yeah, really good from Sevic, Mikelsevic and Krasts here. This looks so clean so far. Over a 10th inside Rieder and Keinswaldner's time. The Latvians chasing towards the lead. Can they make it here? They can, they can. Great moment for them. Plenty still to come, but right now, Sevic, Mikelsevic and Krasts lead the way.
Indeed, and not just by a little bit, almost 1.5 tenths. Which if you've been watching that season, this season, you know how much time that is on a luge sled, especially on a double sled. It was a dominant performance from the home team, getting so close to that right wall on the start ramp and just throwing themselves up a little high in the entrance, but dealt with it as you would expect a home team to do so. And then from 14 through to 16 was just absolutely perfect.
Another USA sled at the top of the course. Zach Di Gregorio and Sean Hollander came through the Lake Placid Junior program. 2nd in Park City. Their big results so far. They were 9th here in Sigulda last season.
Well, that's a good top section from the American team, but they're losing time. The start looked good. Little late to 12 and just bounce on early to 13. They just about get away with it. And sideways pressure down the straightaway. He's going to have to try and stabilize the sled. Sean Hollander doing a great job on the back of the sled there.
But it will have cost them time. It has surely cost them time. Di Gregorio and Hollander outside by 0.6. Not what they wanted, but the moment you saw the feet come down to stabilize, you knew.
Well, with an exit like that, this is where your backman earns his money. See Zach Di Gregorio dropping the feet, but the work that Sean Hollander is doing on the back of that sled right now, pressing the shoulders, trying to stabilize it, is so important. And it made what was a small mistake into a you know, a slightly medium-sized mistake that could have been huge.
Limit the damage. So often the case, especially in doubles. Wojciech Chmielewski, Michał Gankoczyk now. Chmielewski, the veteran, former partner of Kuba Kowalewski. Two-time Olympian, like the man alongside me. Michał Gankoczyk, still relatively new partner for him.
Just clipping the left wall on the start there, but again, dealing with it well. And straight into the green for this Polish pairing. As you said, Dave, Chmielewski, such an accomplished top man before. Late into 11. They're going to have to work hard on the exit, and they just clip before 12. Get it back together for this transition. This is where we saw it so tricky for our singles sliders.
Tricky for singles, really hard in doubles. They just about hung on to that line, but over 3/10 behind now. Little bit bumpy there as well. How far behind will they be? 8th. Nearly 3/4 of a second behind, the slowest run we've seen today, as we move now into the really big names.
Well, it was a great start from the Poles. They're in the lead all the way up to curve 10, and then just bounced a little bit hard onto curve 11. And that's what sent them late into 12 as well. This is that high exit of 12, and here you see they just hit early to 13. And when that happens, it bounces you away from the curve and sends you in late, having to take evasive action on this tricky uphill straightaway. And then just hitting that sidewall, hitting the entrance profile on curve 16. And that adds up to not their most competitive run this season.
Well, you crash in singles, you're back straight away on the double sled. That is the remarkable Wolfi Kindl. Here with Thomas Stoy. Some nerve, you know, to be able to do that. The soldier from Bludenz, Stoy, 8th in Winterberg, and then 5th in Park City, 7th in Lake Placid then. Can they get something special together here in Sigulda?
Well, we could see them go into the green here. That was a lovely curve 11, and this is a straight shot to 12. They're not losing much time, but they just clip before corner 13. This exit's critical. They stick it.
Still just outside the time, the excellent time of Sevic, Mikhalcevic and Krasts. They sweep round this final turn. Stoy and Kindl, 3rd. Still in touch, but still disappointing from them.
Well, you see that time from Sevic, Mikhalcevic and Krasts, and also Rita Keinswaldner. You know, we said that may stick the test of time, and it is proving to do so, with a very lumpy start curve there from Stoy Kindl. That doesn't help their cause when you make those mistakes up the top of the track, but this is where it happened. You see them just clip early onto curve 13, which then fired them deep into the curve, which meant that Stoy had to do a lot of work on top of the double sled to make sure they got a safe transition from 13 to 14.
Right, big moments these. Bots and Pluma won at both meets in Sigulda in 23-24. They won here in 22-23, second here last year. 3rd overall this season. These two know this place like the back of their hand. Bots from Sigulda, Pluma from Baltazes. Is it going to be their day again here? Certainly one of the big favorites here. And a bumpy start there, but that's been the case for pretty much everybody.
It has, and there are only 0.003 of a second in it, quicker than you can blink. Into curve 10, that 10-11 transition, smooth, and the best transition to 12 we've seen so far. This is looking like a good run, and they're stabilizing at only 0.004 of a second.
They're looking solid, they're looking smooth. Just lost a little bit of time, 200ths now in this sport of milliseconds. Bodson Plumer looking for the lead, at least looking to be involved here. Second, they're right in it. 900ths down on Sevic, Mikhalsevic and Krast. But Bodson Plumer are here to make some noise.
They really are. That was looking like they were going to put the afterburners on. It was a great finish curve. Just ran out of track, though, not enough to make up the deficit from that little mistake they made further up the track. This is their curve 11. Smooth, and that transition to 12, one of the best we have seen all day from a singles or a doubles, just showing how this home team is so dominant on their home track.
Next, big challengers, Gat and Schurp, the Winterberg winners. 4th in Park City, and then 8th in Lake Placid after a poor first run. That's what cost them their 2nd overall in this World Cup picture to only Eggert and Müller at the moment. And there, into those green figures straight away. Real power to come now. 2 Austrian pairs, 2 Germans who might yet decide it. Gat and Schurp still in those green numbers here.
7/1000ths of a second in it at that checkpoint, but taking the long route out of 12. Get it back together, stabilize it to 9/1000ths of a second, heading for the left wall. Manages to keep it off there into 15.
But now nearly 700ths. They've lost a bit more time, and another altercation with that left wall. Has that cost them? I think it might just have done. It has. 5th. You can see those tiny micro errors and how they cost these pairs.
Really, really can. 15, very lucky to keep the sled upright on that exit. But they dealt with it so well, it looked like there was hardly a mistake there. See them just bouncing onto that curve. And this exit 14, you saw them headed for that left wall. Look at that correction. Now that is calmness under pressure. And then 15, you see them just rise up on the exits. They weren't big mistakes, as you say, Dave. They just added up down the track.
So our World Cup leaders here, Toni Eggert, Florian Müller. Eggert, one of the most decorated ever doubles athletes. He won 4 times here in Sigulda with Sascha Ben-Ecken. They were 5th here in Sigulda last season. Eggert, having briefly retired, is now back top of the World Cup standings. 6th in Winterberg, 1 in Park City, 4th in Lake Placid. That's been enough so far. What about here for Eggert and Müller? Still, Sevic, Mikhalsevic and Krast, the ones who lead the way. And Eggert and Müller, 200ths of a second outside them.
That looked a little ragged through the top, didn't it? From the start all the way through the upper labyrinth, and it's showing on the clock now. They're 400ths back. So Eggert Müller having to use all that experience to link together these final 2 curves.
Not quite, maybe, at their brilliant best here, Eggert and Müller. Can they pick it up down at the bottom of the course? Well, 4th. And they're level in terms of time with Sturjan Kindl. Joint 4th they go. Sevic, Mikhalsevic and Krast lead from Bodson Plumer. Right now, it's a Latvia 1-2.
Well, definitely still in the chase for a podium finish, but this start curve really affected them. We talk about tiny increments of time in this sport, but especially for a double sled down that start ramp, they have to be millimeters away from the right wall. And when they don't quite get it right, it really damages their start times.
Now then, the winners from Sigulda last year, also back in 2020. Further legends of this sport. Doubles gold at 3 straight Olympic Games, and don't you worry, they'll be going for it in Milan Cortina. Tobias Vendel, Tobias Arlt, the 2 Tobys, still chasing down Sevic, Mikkel Sevic and Krasts. Away they go. Are their powers just starting to fade? Are they going to be right in that Olympic picture? Let's see. They're in the green here by some distance over Sevic, Mikkel Sevic and Krast. Nearly 0.05 of a second. What a start that was from Vendel and Alt. And they continue it here.
Indeed, that top section absolutely lightning from the Tobys. Got half a tenth in front, and it's a great transition from 14 to 15. They're putting it together here, but losing a tiny bit of time.
Just a tiny adjustment you can see there as Vendel and Alt still favourites maybe to grab the lead here. Second, they still can't get to Sevic, Mikkel Sevic and Krasts.
Well, this is close racing, as close as it can get, really. We've seen close racing across the board, and you know from that run number 2 is going to be an absolute barnstormer. Great shot around curve 10. And then this finish curve, trying to catch up. And there's very little in between this, but this Latvian pairing of Sevic, Mikkel Sevic and Krast just showing how good that run was.
Müller and Frauscher to go next. 5th overall this season. 3rd in Winterberg, let themselves down weirdly in Park City. 13th there, then 3rd in Lake Placid. 4th fastest start here. They were 3rd here in Sigulda last season.
Now this next split will be interesting, and it is just 0.05 in it. It was a choppy start curve. You heard the sled slam down on the exit. How much is this going to cost? Müller-Frauscher, not very much it seems at that checkpoint. 0.05 of a second they take into curve 14, and the straightaway looks good.
Into the red they go though, nearly 0.05 of a second behind as they sweep around this final turn. 41.715 is the target, and they're outside, but only just, and this sets up the second run quite beautifully. So many inward chances.
Well, we talk about damage limitation in doubles, especially in Sigulda. Not many mistakes there, but you think that any of these teams in the top 5 right now, in the top 6 in fact, could pull out something incredibly special for the second run. There is so little to choose between this top 6. That early entrance to Kreisel, so important, setting themselves up for a good finish.
Now, Chinese pair, Zhubai and Huao. They have both finished 2nd and 1 in Nations Cups here in Sigulda in the past. They do have a series of good results on really technical tracks. So let's see, because you know what this track is. Zhubai and Huao underway. 14th fastest starters. Remember, we've moved back to the Nations Cup qualifiers now, away from the really big contenders. We would expect that top 5, top 6 to stay the same, but you never know.
Big mistake in 9, almost going sideways into 10, but they dealt with it well. Hu stabilizing the sled on the back, and 13 looks good. They're putting together a clean run here, the Chinese pairing.
But nearly half a second outside, and there's a mistake. Are they going to slide to the end here? Zhubai and Huao, I think they are. They just managed to stay on, and they do get over the line, but they're way down, of course. Over 6 seconds down. Good recovery.
It really was. They were putting together such a nice looking run. They weren't going to trouble the scorers with the time, but technically, the run was looking so good. The exit 14 was good, and then 15, they just rose up on the exit profile. You just see them come in a little high in the middle, and then they just drop them down. And when that happens in 15, there's so much pressure in that last 3 or 4 meters of the curve. The only place it sends you is right back up. But so important for these athletes to get back on the sled, setting themselves up for a second run.
Latvia first and third right now. Sevic, Mikhail Sevic and Kras lead. Bots and Pluma with their great record at this course third. Markitans and Lazdans to go now. It would be going some for them to join that company, but what an inspiration they have to take from those 2 runs here at their home track. In the red at the top, but they need to hold their nerve here. Nearly 2 tenths behind at this point, but let's see where they can end up.
As you say, such a great opportunity for these youngsters, and stringing together a great transition into 12. 13's a gorgeous flat line as well. Lots of good to come from these juniors in one of their first World Cups.
Absolutely. The heady heights for these guys. What can the youngsters do? 15th, so quicker only than Jubai and Ho, but that's okay. 0.771, certainly no shame in that. Grabbing the opportunity here.
So important to build depth in the program when you have these opportunities to throw a couple of juniors down the track in a World Cup situation early on in their career, because you never know who's going to retire after the Olympics. Most athletes retire after the games, so the Latvian program setting themselves up for success by giving these youngsters a shot, and they really proved that they belong in a World Cup field with that run.
So Igor Hoy and Nazari Kachmar of Ukraine will go next. 14th in Winterberg, 17th in Lake Placid, didn't get through to the second run in Park City. 19th in that Olympic test event, so you get an idea of where their aggregate is. Anything higher than that, of course, be a real bonus for them. 4 to go after them. Olamwenda and Gubitz, by the way, the Germans, the youngsters, because of illness, will not start here. That was quite a late call, but obviously not right and quite right to pull out when you're not feeling well.
Yes, indeed, especially on a double sled in Sigulda. You have to be on absolutely top-notch form. 12-13, really nice from the Ukrainians, but they just skid into 13. Get it back together for 14, though.
You could see that awkward movement of the skid, couldn't you? Nearly 8 tenths now outside the time of Sevic, Mikhail Sevic and Kras here for Hoy and Kachmar. They're only going to beat Jubai and Hu, I think. Yeah, 16th for Hoy and Kachmar.
We saw that mistake on the start. We were saying earlier how important it is for these sleds to be right on that right-hand wall on the start. This is it. You see them trying to get as close as they can, and they just catches his right foot and pushes him late into the start curve. This exit, though, from 15, they got it back together for the finish and then just hit that exit profile a little heavy into the finish curve.
Two further Ukrainian pairs to go. The first of them here, Daniel Martinsovsky and Bogdan Babura. Similar sort of level to their countrymen. 16th in Winterberg, 17th Park City, and then 21st in Lake Placid. Got the American duo of Kellogg and Ike to come next, then Panchuk and Moots, then Gitlan and Serban. So 3 pairs to go after this. And remember, the women's doubles and the men's doubles conclude today. The singles tomorrow, followed by that team event, which is always so much fun. So plenty more action to come from Sigulda throughout the course of this World Cup weekend as we watch Martinsovsky and Babura try and challenge that time of Sevic, Mikhail Sevic and Kras, and just under 3 tenths outside it.
Yeah, it's not a fast run, but it's a pretty good looking run from this young Ukrainian team. 15, such a difficult curve, but they get away with it, just having to drop the feet into 16, late into 16.
And here's the time, and they're going to be 16th. Ahead of their countrymen, Hoy and Kaczmar. Of course, they'll go again in that second run, which will round off the day.
Well, it was a good-looking run right up until exit 15. That uphill section, they had to make a little correction with the feet. Couldn't quite get the sled across to the right-hand side. And you see there on that picture, that's the result. If you can't go in early into the finish curve, it throws you up in the entrance. And as we've seen week on week, when that happens in these high G curves, when the pressure brings you up, there's only one place for the sled to go, and that's right back down to the gutter.
Top 18 go through to the second run, by the way. So 3 to go. 18th isn't a question because Dubai and Ho over 6 seconds behind. The real target is Hoy and Kaczmar. Kellogg and Ike with a chance here to try and get into that second run. Dana Kellogg from Chesterfield, Massachusetts, former Youth World Cup winner with Duncan Seger. Ike from Lititz in Pennsylvania. He was Aidan Mueller's partner in junior doubles, but now these two have found each other. 12th in Park City, 10th in Lake Placid. They'll be disappointed to be this far down the list here, and there's a mistake, a skid from Kellogg and Ike.
And it hasn't stopped yet. Carried on into 13. They're going to have to get it back together for the straightaway. They do, but that's a big mistake in the top, and it hasn't stopped yet. Left and right down the straightaway.
They're just hanging on here. It's cost them so much time. Nearly nearly a second and a half there into 18th. So at the moment, we'll see them again, but serious errors there, and surely with 2 pairs to go, at least one of them will get above Kellogg and Ike. It's good news for Hoy and Kaczmar, who cling on to 17th.
So this start curve going a little high in the entrance, but this was the problem, that late entrance to 11. You see how high they go in the entrance of that curve, and that set them up for a very difficult section. 13, 14, having to drop the feet. Those curves come so quickly, one after the other. If you mess up 11, it makes it very, very difficult to get back on track until the exit of 14.
Yeah, thumbs down. Panchuk and Mutz then. Third Ukrainian duo in double quick time. 17th in Winterberg. Failed to qualify for the second run in Park City. 19th in Lake Placid. Again, that's their kind of level, so their target here will be their teammates Martizovsky and Babora, and Hoy and Kaczmar in 16th and 17th. Remember, top 18 make it through to the second run later on today.
That's got to be the target for this young team. And it's looking good through 14. They're just having to drop the feet, but they stabilize it really well into 15.
Nearly 7/10 of a second down, though, for Panchuk and Mutz on the remarkable Sevic, Mikhail Sevic and Kras. 17th for them. They move ahead of Hoy and Kaczmar. It will be enough, and they put their countrymen in jeopardy now. So they will go through to the second run. Gitlan and Serban, the only pair left now.
This exit 14, quick reactions from Panchuk, just dropping the feet, keeping his calm. And then this exit 15, you see him just gently push the sled early into 16, and it was one of the better finish curves we've seen from this Ukrainian pairing.
So, Vasily Gitlan, Darius Serban, 15th in Winterberg, 19th Park City, 18th Lake Placid. They'll be confident that they can overhaul Hoy and Kaczmar, who are well over a second down. 1.242 is their target to get 18th. The Romanians, slightly sloppy start there, yet to really pick up momentum. Now they can, but already nearly 2/10 down on Sevic, Mikhail Sevic and Kras.
When you go middle down the ramp, that start curve is so difficult. Very high in the entrance of 11. Skids them into the left wall. having to put the feet down and high on the exit of 13 as well. Okay, they've got it back together down the straightaway. Into 15, high G's on the exit.
Already, though, well down. I think Hoy and Kashmar will be confident of their place in the final 18. That's desperately poor, really. Over 2 seconds for Gitlan and Serban. Too many errors. So it's they and Kellogg and Ike and Jubai and Ho who miss out. Olamwenda and Gubitz did not start. Hoy and Kashmar are the final qualifiers. And remarkably, not too many people would have called that Latvian pair as the leaders. They would have called a Latvian pair, but Bolts and Pluma are third. Sevic, Mikalsevic and Kras lead the way. Vendel and Alt in between them, and big names down the field. Stoyan, Kindle and Eggert and Müller joint 6th. Gat and Scherp in 8th at the moment. Nagler Malaya 9th, Müller Haugschar 10th. Well, by the way, Marketans and Lasdans 15th after that first run. That is mightily impressive. But what about that leaderboard, Mark, going into the second run? You're looking forward to this, I can tell.
I am. It's so close. From 1st to 8th, just a quarter of a second in it. So I feel that opens up the podium to multiple teams.
Yeah, you're right. It's not just winning, actually, because the top 3 is wide open, isn't it? All the way down to those guys in 9th and 10th, really, with a good, powerful second run and putting on the pressure. But Di Gregorio and Hollander safely through. Kellogg and Ike, that's poor from them. That's a really poor run by their standards. To not make 18 when there are only 21 for them is a big, big disappointment. But they'll come again, as will we, with our second run in the women's doubles, followed by the men's. And I'd stay with us for that if I were you. We'll be away and then we'll be back, but I think it could be an awful lot of fun. The climax of both women's doubles and men's doubles to come, the singles tomorrow as well. You know what, over this weekend, now it feels like we've all put in the hard work, us and you guys at home. Now we get the going for the medals, going for the podium. Now the real fun begins in Sigulda. So make sure you're back with us, as you can see, in round about half an hour's time. Women's doubles, first of all, we'll see you then. And a warm welcome to you from Sigulda in Latvia. And we have 2 fantastic second runs to come, followed by 2 more tomorrow. Start with the women's doubles, the second run here. This our 4th World Cup weekend. There's the glorious track here at Sigulda, and it has done us proud so far. Furter and Oberhofer lying in 3rd after a tremendous opening run of 42.583. But then Eigler and Kip, who have led the way this season, 2nd, 42.385, but leading the way, the German duo of Eitberger and Matschina, going into what should be a thrilling second run here in Sigulda. That's such a good view of the course. It looks picture postcard, doesn't it? Fabulous track, opened in 1986. Of course, formerly part of the old Soviet machine in terms of the athletes and so on. Mark Hatton, the 2-time Olympians, alongside me, and he always talks us through the temperatures.
I do indeed. It's glorious in Sigulda. But unfortunately, it's a wee bit warm. The air is plus 1.2. What that means is we need this track to hold up from the start sled to the finish sled. And when it's warm outside, the frost grows through the track and the track slows down. So still a little bit of autumn in Sigulda.
The only people who complain about it getting warm, penguins and luge sliders. There's another view from our drone above Sigulda. Plenty of snow in the air, but as Mark was saying, joking aside, not quite cool enough. This, talking of cool, is the course. How good is this? 1,000 meters, the track length for the doubles. Maximum speed will be about 126. There have been problems, though, today negotiating what is a really tricky technical test. Can they get it right here? There's the start, awkward straight away. We've seen that opening curve cause so many problems. Then that long straight, then you swing round the Kreisel and an uphill, eventually that long left-hand turn uphill to the finish. Looks easy, most certainly isn't. And we're going to take a look at the POV down this course now with Mark, who always teaches us so well.
Here we go, past the women's start on the left, and this is curve 6. There's shots from the men's start, so these sleds are going to be going slightly slower than this upper labyrinth. So important to keep good form. And then that quick transition into 11, 12. This is where we've seen so many problems for the doubles, getting brought up on the exit of 13, and this long straightaway, the longest straightaway in the sport. And then 5G in the exit into negative G, uphill, and then this finish curve, 360 degrees, whips you round, uphill finish line, and away you go.
By the way, when Mark said they'll be going slightly slower, he means slightly. It'll still be very, very quick down here for these doubles pairs. Look at that. What did you say, 6th floor? Lift to the 6th floor, please.
It's such an intimidating place to come, up on stilts like that.
Here's the start list then for the second run. Ogorodnikova and Svilna. 4.5 seconds down. They made that big mistake. They did well to get over the line, but you would suspect they're going to finish right there. Gets interesting here, though, because plenty with chances, but Egler, Kip, Eitberger, Mancina, in the absence of Degenhardt, Rosenthal, unfortunately, well, those two, you feel the winner will come from one of those two pairs. They're too far clear, aren't they? Over 2/10 clear of Futter and Oberhofer. I know anything can happen, but that's how it feels.
It really does.
Well, lots to enjoy, flags to wave, big smiles. Great crowd gathering in Sigulda. Great event to go and watch, by the way. The luge flies by. Plenty of great vantage points here. Sort of thing you can stand and watch, turn around to your mum and say, I could do that. Don't know what's so hard about that. Careful what you wish for, folks. Amanda Ogorodnikova and Zelina Svilna start in 14th. They're way down. They made a big mistake. They crashed and then recovered would be the fair description, I think. It was more than a big mistake, but it means time-wise, this is really just about finishing. And, well, maybe taking advantage if someone else crashes, but likely finishing 14th here. The drama is all to come. This will be about them trying to put in a good solid run. 46.876. Third in the Nations Cup. They got themselves a good draw. They went off first. Second Latvian pair, Upita and Pavlova, were a bit disappointing. They'll begin in 10th, but this is all about Ogorodnikova and Svilna. Just find a bit of confidence and have some fun on this second run, really, Mark.
It really is the home track for this couple of sliders, and it's so important for them, their first World Cup. This is the Latvian setup trying to bring through their very strong youth program, and what a great opportunity to do it in front of a home crowd, mum and dad there. Great sliding, much better than their first run.
Yeah, it looks a lot better. Little mistake there. Just cost them at the end, but 43.385. That would have had them 11th in the first run, so reason to smile. I suspect they'll finish 14th, but still they made it down.
Yeah, good confidence builder for the juniors. You see them just coming up on the exit of 14 there. What that does is it heads you towards that left wall, but she keeps her cool on top, keeps it away from there. And then this exit 15, one of the better ones we've seen. We see these from the top teams, and that was just as good as you can do it. Great sliding from the youngsters and a wonderful welcome to the World Cup Tour.
Yeah, exactly right. Big smiles, bags of experience. Now Guli and Zhao. Again, well down in terms of time after they made a pretty big mistake in their opening run, 44.551. Great relationship between these sliders tends to be the bigger, stronger athlete in that top position. The smaller athlete down at the bottom. They're going to be up, unless they make a huge mistake all the way here in terms of the green, but still gives you an idea of what they're facing, and Mark a chance to talk us through all of these challenges here.
And we've seen on those first two runs from the women and the men how tough Sigulda is on a double sled. It's tough on a single sled. It's twice as tough on a double sled. Bit of a loopy 13 high on the exit, just skidding onto 14. Have to stabilize that sled on the exit, and they do into the high G exit of curve 15.
Yeah, here they go, but there's a big, big skid. They're going to do well to put that right as they swing round that final turn. Are they going to beat that time of the Latvians? They are, but only just.
Well, big hits out of 15. As we say, it's one of the highest G curves on the World Cup Tour. 5, maybe 6 G in the exit. Pretty much humanly impossible to hold your head off the ice. Your head weighing 5 to 6 times more than it usually would in the exit profile. This is that 13-14 transition. You see them seeing just getting bumped on the exit, but they managed to deal with that really well. But this is where the problem started. On the exit of 15, it's uphill, so the sled feels very light. It's almost negative G. But all good experience for, again, this very, very young Chinese doubles team.
Praksova and Spitsova now, the Slovak pair. They have plenty in hand. And on top of that, we know that Guli and Zhao made a big mistake. So the likelihood is that the two teenagers will be in front. Then things may start to get more serious. All they could do, though, is put up their best time right here, 43.876 in that first run. They'll be looking for something around 43 dead if they can get near that. Well up on Guli and Zhao, but I think ignore that green time. That will become highly relevant later on, but less so with these early starters because of the way that we've got to this place.
Well, it's a good clean run, 13-14, little bump there into the 15. Don't want to go too late into 15. Managed to deal with it, but the danger's not over. They stabilize though into finish curve.
Yeah, do really well. Should comfortably remain in front. Little bump off both walls and 500ths in front in the end. Doesn't feel like much given the advantage they had, but anyway, they move in front, and in fact, that's the slowest run so far of these second runs, 45.406. That counts as pretty disappointing from them.
It does. That little bump onto the wall on the left, just overcorrected, shooting them into that right wall. And this is where it gets a little scary. When you're going late into curve 15, that's not a place you want to be going deep into, because there's so much pressure in the exit that wants to drive you up to that roof. But they managed to get away with it and hold their position.
So, Raluca Stramă-Tăraru and Michaela Manolescu. After this, it will be the top 10 in reverse order. They'll be aiming for that top 10. They'll be trying to get ahead of Upita Pavlova, Domovic-Pivkovska, Stetsky and Mock, all of them within range. But they need to go sub 43 here. Let's see if the Romanians can do it. 10th here back in 2023. What about now for Stramaturaro and Manolescu?
Be so good to see Raluca bring her singles form from the past onto the top of this doubles sled. She's such an accomplished singles slider and has so much experience. The 40-year-old Stramaturaro, and is looking good through 12-13. Little loopy, but 14 exit is going to be critical. Has to drop the feet.
Where are they now? They're just over just under 3/10 of a second clear. Stramaturaro and Manolescu. Praxova and Spitsova, remember, the target pair here, and they do it by just under 1.5 seconds, so they've done what they needed to, 43.994. Still, the Latvians, Gorodnikova and Sigulda, the fastest of these second runners so far.
Well, firing for a top 10. The Romanians. It was a solid start. This is a start curve, though. They went a little late in. You see how it throws the sled up high? They dealt with that well. This was exit 14. Raluca having to stabilize the sled as well. And curve 15, a solid exit.
Our top 10, these women's doubles. Latvia represented here in Sigulda in Latvia by Upita and Pavlova, but they've got a bigger chance to come with Robesnica and Bogdanova. Stramaturaro and Manolescu should be overhauled here by Anda Upita and Madara Pavlova. It's whether they can put any kind of time up. They've got over half a second. We are set for a thrilling finish to both women's doubles and men's doubles, and the singles are set up beautifully for tomorrow as well. But right here, it's about Upita and Pavlova extending their advantage.
Racing on the edge here, the Latvians. You just saw 13-14, some risky lines, but it's really paying off for them. Can they get it to the finish curve? They can, nice and early.
It's really exceptional, this. They have flown down. Can't wait to see the time. Look at that. 2.5 advantage. 42.995. They break 43. That is outstanding. Great recovery. They'd have been 8th in the first run with that, but they'd have been much closer to those in front. That's a superb response.
That was massive. They just accelerated through the bottom curves, made good use of that home team start curve. This was their little mistake, going high in the entrance of 10, high in the entrance of 11, but they kept their cool, managed to make the transition smooth, slick, and most importantly, very fast.
Really fast. That could be a marker for the rest of the season, maybe still the rest of the day. Domovic, Pivkoska, the Poles, the students. 5th in the 2020 Winter Youth Games. Top 10 in Lake Placid. They'd love top 10 again here. They start in 9th in this second run. Remember, we go in reverse order in these second runs. The Austrians, Egler and Kipp in second. Eitberger, Machina, the Germans, will go last. Wörter and Oberhofer, the Italians, currently the other pair on the podium, but there's going to be some battle. Domovic and Pivkoska maintain their advantage here over Upita and Pavlova, but now they've lost it.
Yeah, they only had a little bit to play with. Gonna have to do something good out of curve 14 onto the straightaway. It looks good. Curve 15, high G in the exit, has to get it right, and they do.
Still need to make up the time here. That time is there to be shot at, but Upita and Pavlova will move up at least one place here.
That was a good final section from Upita for Pavlova. As you see, round corner 13, just getting lifted up in the middle. When that happens, you get dropped down. This is where they had to use all their experience to take the sled off the curve hard. You see, that did for so many of our singles athletes, that transition from 13 to 14. The doubles handling it well today on a track that is so challenging with 2 people on the sled.
So, Stechkiv and Mok of Ukraine to go next. Olena and Alexandra, They've been solid this season so far. 8th in Winterberg, 10th in Park City, 12th in Lake Placid, 7th in Sigulda here last season. Can they go better than that? They start in 8th. But Upita and Pavlova thrown down a great challenge in this second run, starting from 10th. Now the team in 8th, the latest to try and overhaul them. They start with an advantage and they maintain it here at the top of the course. It's caught quite a few of these pairs out, but not these two. It's a good start from Stechkiv and Mock.
Well, 0.3 of a second, that is a solid cushion, giving them a little bit of wiggle room to maybe make a couple of mistakes. Very high in 12, but deal with it well. This 13-14 transition, they deal with that well as well, and it's good position down the straightaway into the high G15.
They're losing a little bit of time. They were very high there, but they still should have enough in hand here, Stechkiv and Mock, as they come around that final turn, and they do lead. They did lose time, but they do lead. 43.124, the second fastest time of this second run. It's enough to put them in front. Upita and Pavlova second.
Well, and could that set them up for a shot at a 6th place? Maybe. That seems to be the benchmark in doubles. You see how high they went in 15. So on the exit, they have to hold it to the curve, otherwise they would have dropped out way too soon. She did a great job saving that. And this is that early entrance we were talking about, where the right shoulder almost brushes the wall. That's almost perfect.
Forgan and Kirkby to go next then for the USA. Second here in Sigulda last year. They'll be slightly disappointed to be starting in 7th. They'll also feel that there are opportunities here potentially to move up and challenge those in front, including their teammates Chan and Gordon. But a lot needs to go right for them here. Remember, 5th in Park City, 3rd in Lake Placid, and having missed an event, still 6th overall. These two real challengers still maintain their advantage over Stechkiv and Mock, but they want to stretch it if they can here.
Yes, we know with Forgan and Kirkby that on any track in the world, on any day, they can be at the top step of the podium. Very high in the middle of 13. Right on the edge there. Into 15. Lots of G's in the exit, pushing you into the ice.
But extending their advantage at the moment. Nearly 3.5 of a second is where they were. They've gone to over half a second. That's an excellent run from Forgan and Kirkby. That is the fastest so far in this second run, 42.733.
Well,
that will put pressure on those above them.
The first run was littered with mistakes. This is much more how we're used to Forgan and Kirkby sliding. Even with that high line through the entrance of 13. See Siobhan Forgan just keeping the sled down on the exit, not letting it rise up again. Using all that experience learned in Lake Placid and Salt Lake City. Much better.
Who knows? Might be enough. The podium, you never know what's going to happen in front of you. Robesnica Bogdanova, particularly with these two, who are capable of making big mistakes, as they did in Winterberg. And then did twice in Winterberg, then in Park City. 3rd here in Sigulda last year. They want to surge up this leaderboard, the Latvians. The highest placed Latvian pair after the first round.
They've doubled their advantage. Only 16 thousandths of a second. But taking positive speed, just having to drop the feet in between 12 and 13. Skidding into 14. So the leg come off the runner there, but back up, having to drop the feet again.
We'll see if it reflects in the time. It doesn't really at the moment. Has it cost them going further down the course? Not right now, it hasn't. They remain in the green as they come round this final turn, and it's enough. Robesnica Bogdanova, the Latvians love that. They move into the lead now temporarily with 5 still to come.
Well, especially in doubles, the fastest runs aren't always the prettiest runs. It was a ragged-looking run from start to finish, but they were so on the edge. That's the start curve where her leg flew up, and this is exit 14. She thought she had it stabilized with the feet, lifted the feet, thought about it. Just another little tap of the feet. But this is where discipline comes in, knowing when to correct, when to drop the feet, and not to indulge in it too much and slow the sled down.
Building towards a climax here. Now, Maya Chan, Sophia Gordon to go next for the USA. Robesnitsa Bogdanova lead with the fastest time of this second run. Needs to be perfect here from Maya and Sophia. They start with an advantage, but now they need to maintain it.
It's fascinating how that start curve is tricky for all our athletes from the top of the order to the bottom of the order. But this advantage they've got, it's a good cushion, but this next critical split has put them just into the red by 16 thousandths of a second. It's a good 13-14 transition though.
Yeah, they're starting to lose time, and how often when we see a team losing time, they continue to lose it. Drifting into that left-hand wall, feet came down, big mistake from them, surely not quick enough. No, third. Robesnitsa Bogdanova will be top 5 here in Sigulda.
Well, it looked like they were going to manage to pull something back with a good exit from 15. But they just got some pressure moving across to the left. This is entrance 11. You see, they went quite high. Not a place you want to be, but dealt with it incredibly well. But then exit 15 here, you just see that little correction firing them into the left wall. It wasn't a big mistake, but when you're dealing with tiny margins, like I think it was 18 thousandths of a second they had to play with, a little mistake like that makes a big difference.
Here go the Germans, Elisa Marie Stork, Paulina Patz. Great first run, had them in 4th. Taubitz there to cheer them on. Going for gold in singles tomorrow. Remember, 13th in Park City, 10th in Lake Placid. Didn't finish their second run in Winterberg. Had a bad season so far, but today could put so much of that right for Stork and for Patz. And the advantage, as you can see, is just under 0.2 of a second. Remember, the Latvians, Robesnitsa Bogdanova, lead at the moment. 3 to go after this.
That's a good line from 12 to 13. They're putting something together here, but they're losing time the whole way down the track. Entrance 15, high in the middle, and they're over. Face plant. Trying to get the sled back on the steels.
What a chance it was for Stork and Patz. They're gonna get over the line. They'll get a finish, but they know what a chance they had. And Robesnitsa Bogdanova know what it's like to crash, so they're not cheering that on at all. It's lovely from them, the real honesty, but yeah, you see what she just said? Some people would be cheering and the crowd were, but we're not, because we don't want our friends to get hurt.
Absolutely. It's a brotherhood and a sisterhood, the doubles race. Very few athletes skilled enough to do this. This is where the mistake started, with that high line through the middle, dropping out so early. And then what happens is a sled wants to come up on the exit. This is where they're fighting so hard to get the sled back on the steels so they can register a time. Good to see they're both okay.
Three pairs to go. Latvia lead the way. Robesnitsa Bogdanova. But now Vötter and Oberhofer for Italy. 4th in Park City, 6th in Lake Placid. Can they go better than that here? We've already seen Stork and Patz, who were 4th, crashing down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Nothing guaranteed in this sport. 2 still to go after this. Vötter and Oberhofer at the moment, though, in command, nearly 4/10 clear of the Latvians.
This is a gorgeous looking run. This is where they made a mistake on the first run. They managed to stick the exit and they're building on that lead. They've almost got half a second.
This is absolutely sensational from Wörter and Oberhofer. This is going to be the fastest of the second runs. It's so clean. It's over half a second. Robesnica, Bogdanova drop into second. Wörter and Oberhofer know just how good that was. 42.434.
Well, that gives the final two sleds, Egelkip and Eidberger Matschina, something to think about. This 12-13 transition was so close to hitting early and undoing all their hard work, but they managed to ride it out. And then exit 14, big improvement on their first run where they had to drop the feet, make a correction, and really putting down a marker for the final two sleds.
Egler and Kip next. Wörter and Oberhofer with the third and fourth fastest times of the day, but the two fastest to go next. Egler and Kip, top of our World Cup standings right now. Second in Park City, one in Lake Placid. Second also in Winterberg. Mistake at the top though from Egler and Kip, which they just about put right, but it cost them a little bit there. It's a mistake that everyone's been making, and the advantage over Wörter and Oberhofer is down to just over a 1/10 of a second.
That could be so expensive. It's an early bump onto curve 11 as well, but they deal with that well. And 12-13, that's a solid line, but they're losing time. Their lead's almost halved as they go into 15.
Look at this, just a 1/10 of a second. Egler and Kip, if they continue to lose speed, are going to lose second place here. Wörter and Oberhofer watch on with interest. They've recovered. Oh, they recovered so well. Speed at the bottom, 2/10 clear. Egler and Kip now throw down the challenge to Eidberger Matschina. And when you consider that mistake, and they're still the fastest time of this second run.
Well, that's when you've got that yellow jersey, World Cup leader. That's that firmness of mind, strength of mind, of making a mistake that high at the top of the track and then just getting on with the job, knowing you've lost some time up there, but still throwing down the fastest of the runs.
Boy, that was impressive. So often we see pairs lose time, and yeah, maybe stop the bleeding, but not then pick up time in that fashion. So Eidberger Matschina still with work to do. They go for gold here in Sigulda. We saw them starting with that 400th advantage from the first run. It's not much. We know Egler and Kip made a mistake, but we also know how quick they were down at the bottom of the course. Let's see. First, it's about the start for Eidberger Matschina. Already lose 9 thousandths to Egler and Kip on that start. This next checkpoint is going to be fascinating, and they're 1,000th down, and we know that Egler and Kip were slow at the top of the course. Eidberger and Matschina are going to need to really fly down here now.
This is going to be so tight. They're losing even more time. They're 200ths back. And then high in the entrance of 14. It's a choppy exit from 14, but they hold it together for curve 15.
They're just about hanging on to their chance here. It's going to be really, really close. Have they gone quick enough down at the bottom of the course? No. Second, which means Egler and Kip can celebrate. Egler and Kip win. The leaders back to back. Third for Wörter and Oberhofer, a glorious fourth for Robesnica Bogdanova. What a climax that was.
That really was. Their start curve started with a problem, and then here we see that high line, and this was 14 where they slammed off. They weren't big mistakes and such tiny margins, but it was enough to lose gold and move into silver and give our World Cup leaders another top step of the podium.
Fantastic. Eidberger Machina have to settle for second. Of course, they won't settle. Very, very high standards. They'll be disappointed with that. Oh, that flag means fourth for Latvia here. It might mean gold in a moment for the men. So the women's doubles results look like this. Egler and Kipp with the gold, Eidberger Machina silver, Furter Oberhofer third, and great fourth for Robersnitzer and Bogdanova. The two USA teams, Forgan Kirby and Chan Gordon, fifth and sixth here. Latvia with 2 in the top 10, with 3 in the top 13. So Egler, Kipp winning gold here in Sigulda. They won here last year. They win here again. So all that remains today, the conclusion of singles to come tomorrow, of course, is conclusion of the men's doubles. Futter and Oberhofer happy with that. Bouquets all the way. Oh, they're big, aren't they? Generous in Latvia. They're winning the flower battle at the moment. And glory for Egler and Kipp. So impressive, the pair of them. There you have it. Penguins getting involved as well. It's probably Wolfie Kindle. He does everything else. Get ready for the men's doubles. So, just men's doubles to come. Here's the overall table. Egler and Kipp extend their lead over Eidberger and Machina. Degenhardt and Rosenthal, of course, not here. And Futter and Oberhofer did really well to take advantage. Forgan and Kirby, Futter, Oberhofer, Upita, Pavlova, all joint fourth right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Robersnitzer, Bogdanova to start to climb up that table as the season progresses. Don't write them off, because they could really fly for the Olympics as well. On their day, they're capable. So, men's doubles will come shortly. Right now, we reflect on Egler and Kipp's win here. We'll hear from our podium athletes before we leave you, of course, as we always do. And we're just waiting our man on the ground to get all of that in place. Won't be too long, I wouldn't have thought. Normally does a really good job getting everyone sorted out. In fact, of course, we'll hear from our winners after the men's doubles. Men's doubles will come next, and we then hear from our women's winners rather, at the same time as that. So right now, had our presentation. We will sit back and wait and enjoy our men's doubles. Egler and Kipp, though, winning the women's. This should be fun. Can't promise anything, but I'm close to promising you that this should be fun. The second run of our men's doubles here in Sigulda. We celebrate Egla and Kip, who've just won the women's doubles, but our top three here, two Latvian pairs. Bots and Pluma, who've got an unbelievable record here in Sigulda. They're in third right now. Just ahead of them, the legends, the two Tobis, Vendel and Alt. But leading the way, Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras. A mild surprise. Not a seismic shock, but a mild surprise that they would be the ones leading the way. But of course, nothing's won yet. That's the whole point as we build towards the second run in the men's doubles here in Sigulda. There's that great drone shot of the course here. There's the weather conditions for Mark Hatton to explain.
Well, it's still warm out there, plus 1.2 degrees, so we want this course to hold up. They've already seen the women's doubles, so it's not a fresh track that they're going to be sliding on. Maybe the frost will show through as we see Bots, Plume, our third place athletes at the moment, the track record holders. Are we going to see a track record today? Unlikely, but the track has been very fast all week.
Fast all week, maybe not fast now, given that it's just been used. It'll be who makes best use of it, of course. Great picture that, shows you as they swing round to that finish. In fact, we can take a slightly more computerized look at that here. 1,000 meters the track length, 126 is the maximum speed, 111.5 the vertical drop, 13 corners, the men's doubles, and away they go from that really awkward start. See the men's single start just a bit further from higher up, but not the double start. Makes life so hard on that first corner, as so many have shown. And then huge swing around to the left, that final turn, which could make all the difference. How are your nerves if you're Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras right now? They've got a long wait still. Here's the POV for Mark to talk us through.
We saw them just go past the women's start. This is the upper labyrinth. This is where good position on the sled is rewarded. Then look how short this transition is. 10 to 11 goes past in the blink of an eye. This is curve 12 to 13. Another very short transition where the athletes have to move their bodies on the sled in perfect unison. A long straightaway and then 5G, snap your neck back onto the ice into the finish curve. You have to go early on the right-hand side, drive out, it's an uphill finish line, and over you go.
It's great for you at home to get it. I mean, he's done it so many times, of course, Mark, so this isn't news to him, but goodness me, it scares me every time I see it, and you talk us through it, and it gives you such a good idea at home. Now, here's the start list for the second run of the men's doubles. We have to look realistically. 3 Ukrainian pairs, interestingly, by the way, lead us off, but Marketans and Lajans did brilliantly, but how many back can still win this? If you look at the times, you'd say it's a few. Back to Gat and Sherp with all of their quality, surely chance of the podium at least.
I think so. I mean, it's so packed tight together just off the podium that it's that bronze medal position, especially, is open to anyone in that top 6, maybe top 7.
Yeah, you'd need mistakes from the leaders or from Vendel and Alt and Bots and Pluma probably to open up the win. But, as you say, just an absolutely epic second run from, say, Gat and Sherp from 8th place could get them podium, certainly. This is why we're so excited.
We've seen on double sleds, this is so challenging. And we talk about damage limitation, almost that mindset of, we know it's not going to be perfect from top to bottom. It's who fixes their mistakes the best.
Well, you always talk about that, Mark, the idea that it's the person who puts it right, almost accepting the inevitability of the mistake and dealing with it better than everyone else is the person who's going to find a route to victory. Gosh, looks daunting, doesn't it, when you look up like that at this beautiful course in Sigulda. And there's our first pair ready to go, the Ukrainians. So, delighted to get into the second run. It is Hoy, and it is Kashmar, Igor and Nazari. Fresh from 17th in Lake Placid. See their teammates Panchuk and Mutz getting ready in the background. So, the final run of our men's doubles, the final run of the day here in Sigulda. Underway now. A stroke of the beard, and Hoy and Kashmar will set the standard here. 17 to go after them, remember. What can the Ukrainians do? The best they can hope for is to march up the leaderboard a little bit into those middle teens and go as quick as they can to try and achieve that.
Well, for our first starters, for run number 2, they're putting together a very useful run here. Little skid into 13, but 14 looks good as well. This is a great run the Ukrainian team are putting together.
42.957 was their time in that first run, and they've beaten that 42.692 here. That was excellent from them. It would have got them up to 16th in the first run, so it's still a time for those in the lower reaches, but they'll be happy enough with that.
I think so. You know, this track, we see it affect so many of the double sleds. That was a skid into 13. Dealt with it well, kept their cool. But you see the top man just lifting his shoulders up high. Needs to get them back to stabilize along with his back man. Those mistakes, especially 12, 13, 13, 14, there's so little track to play with.
Up next, Panchuk and Mutz. 17th in Winterberg. Remember, they failed to qualify for the second run in Park City before bouncing back in Lake Placid. They have that narrow advantage here over Hoy and Kashmar. Foot went down there at the top just to try and correct that error, and they've thrown away some of that advantage here already, Panchuk and Mutz.
Yes, this start curve so difficult. You saw they went down the left-hand side of the ramp. That makes it tricky, but that's a wonderful transition. But here we go, high on the exit of 13, just cutting some ice, having to drop the feet, keeps his cool, stretches out into 15, just dropping back.
Yeah, the feet gone down 2 or 3 times now. It's not their best this second run for Panchuk and Mutz. They're going to be outside Hoy and Kashmar by 0.2 of a second, so Hoy and Kashmar will go up above their teammates with their other teammates to come next.
And again, we come to this inter-team rivalry between these very competitive Ukrainian sleds. 3 Ukrainian teams out there today. This is exit 14. You just saw him drop the feet, but great control, a really nice correction to keep it off that left wall. And then more of the same out of 15. You see the back of the sled just almost breaking away, but managing to stabilize it.
Martinsovsky, Babora go next for Ukraine. Advantage of just over 0.2 for these two. There's the spikes on the gloves that give them that purchase that we'll see put to really good use in just a moment's time as they spring into action. Desperately trying to get momentum that they'll carry down the course. There they go, in perfect harmony as they adjust position into that very difficult first turn that they dealt with pretty well. And green numbers at the top as we would have expected, but where's the split? They've gained a little bit of time. Martinsovsky and Babora, that's a really good start that from them.
Yep, 0.3 of a second is a decent amount of time to play with on this Sigulda track. It's dropped a little bit, but 12.13 is smooth and looks fast. Exit 14, absolutely perfect from the Ukrainian team.
Yeah, they're sliding really well here. Martinsovsky and Babora. Hoy and Kashmar are the target, and they've overhauled them fairly comfortably, nearly 0.3 of a second. Hoy and Kashmar down into second. Panchuk and Mutz disappointed to be into third. So it's Martinsovsky and Babora who hold the advantage of the 3 Ukrainian pairs.
Remember, only 2 places available at the Olympics for doubles. So a real fight within the team for that second spot. This is that exit 14, smooth, composed. He knew he was on track well and just lay back and accentuated all those good aerodynamics.
The thing is, Mark, in the context of what you're describing, that's a massive weekend for those two, for Martizowski and Babura, to establish themselves almost as the number one, because it's so close between the three of them for those two spots. Now the youngsters, Marketans and Lansdowns, we were really impressed with them qualifying through, albeit they know the track well, but still impressive to get through into that top 18. Mistake there at the top, though.
That late entry into start curve can be so expensive. They've still got a good cushion, though, almost 2/10. And this is where they need to use all of that home track advantage. Curve 11 looks good, and 11, 12, a good line. That brave high line through 12, that late height that sets you up so well for the rest of the track. But they're losing time.
They certainly are. Advantage now, just over 200ths of a second. This could yet get interesting. Have they found any speed down at the bottom of the course here? Marketans and Lansdowns, they have. They extend down at the bottom. So their excellent weekend continues.
Well, the World Cup debutants from Latvia, the juniors, can be proud of a job well done. Really good racing under pressure in front of a home crowd. This is where their big mistake was on the start, and that was the result. You see them just skidding through start curve. But down the straightaway, good position into curve 15. All that high G-force in the exit of 15 and handling it as you would expect from a team with so many runs down this Sigulda track.
Ninth placed after the first run, the Poles, Chmielewski and Gankarczyk. 14th in that Olympic test event, which is where they start here. Advantage of just over 1/10 of a second on Marketans and Lansdowns, the Latvians who lead the way here. They've just extended that with a really good start here, Chmielewski and Gankarczyk.
Chmielewski had a great week in training. This doubles team, they did exactly the same mistake there, just skidding into 13. But 14's good, and they're building on that lead. They've almost got half a second.
Yeah, it's an outstanding second run, isn't it? Building and building all the way, Chmielewski and Gankarczyk over Marketans and Lansdowns, and they establish over half a second there. That might just move them up, you know, but that's a really good run from the Poles.
We saw on the first run from these two, they had a great top section, and then it was a little bit sloppy through the bottom section of the track from 11 down. So you see this great view of curve 12. Not where you want to be, you want your height later in that curve, but they kept their cool, and they dealt with curve 13 transition incredibly well. This is that long finish curve. So much time can be gained and lost in that curve. It goes on forever. It's uphill. Real good improvement from the Poles.
Now, next up, the Italians, Philipp Brunner, Manuel Weichensteiner. They're trying to put pressure on Rieder, Keinsvallner, Nagler, Malaya. The other Italian doubles pairs. We know Rieder and Keinsvallner are 5th, Nagler, Malaya 9th. Could this pair somehow get above them here and start trying to establish a claim of their own? Because at the moment they are pretty definitively 3rd in that particular list. Let's see if that changes today. We know how good Chmielewski and Gankarczyk were. They've got over half a second on the next closest sliders. What can Brunner and Weichensteiner do here?
Well, they're still in the green for now, but it's not a big lead. And they've cut it in half. They've only got 18 thousandths of a second advantage, but it's a good exit 14. They're doing everything they need to do to keep that advantage, and they've built on it. They've managed to get it up to 700ths.
They've done so well to pick up the time, Brunner and Weissensteiner. Do they hold on to it here? They do. They do by just over a tenth of a second. Brunner and Weissensteiner move into the lead. This still, remember, is the phony war. The real battle for podium places will start in round about 4 or 5 pairs' time.
There's that late entrance into 11. So important to catch that first pressure in curve 11 to set yourself up, set the tone for the rest of the track. And this exit from 15 to 16, absolutely perfect. Staying close to that right wall, using all of that smooth entrance to get all the speed out of that long finish curve.
Coming next, Zach Di Gregorio, Sean Hollander. Under 23 world champions from Oberhof in 2023. Be visiting there in January. High class, of course. Second in Park City. They were 9th here last year. At the moment, they start in 12th in this second run. Brunner and Weissensteiner leading the way at the moment. 42.309, which was faster than Di Gregorio and Hollander went in their first run. So puts the pressure on them. They're responding okay at the moment.
We know Zach and Sean are capable of podium finishes anywhere in the world. They had some problems on their first run. 12.13 though, much better that time. Now first run they had a problem out of 14, but they nail it on that run and they're building on that lead. They're up to almost a tenth, over a tenth.
Yeah, well over. This is exceptional from Di Gregorio and Hollander as they spin now towards a finish, and they go in front by over 0.3 of a second. The Americans with the advantage, the fastest run so far of this second run, 42.003.
Great shot of the start. Shows how little steel these sleds run on. Maybe 10, 15 centimeters of steel in contact with the ice at any one time. And that mistake in the start curve, but they dealt with it really well. This is where they made a mistake on the first run out of 14. With Sean Hollander having to really stabilize the sled for the team. But that run was absolutely beautiful out of 14. And I'm guessing they're thinking now, I wish we'd have done that on run number 1 as well.
They certainly are, Mark. Bosman and Mick next. Set themselves up, finishing second in the Nations Cup. Good weekend so far. 11th in Winterberg. They haven't bettered that yet. Could they do so today? From 11th on this second run. Just outside the time of Di Gregorio and Hollander. They've lost ground up at the top of the course here, Bosman and Mick.
Well, they did such a good first run, these youngsters, these juniors, but that's tricky into 13. Gonna have to get it off that curve, and they do. But 14, a little bit of left direction, but they deal with it, but they're losing time still.
Well over 2/10 now behind Di Gregorio and Hollander. Swinging round towards the finish. It won't be good news for Bosman and Mick, I don't think. Second, so ahead of Brunner and Weissensteiner by 4 thousandths, but behind Di Gregorio and Hollander. It could have been worse, that, for Bosman and Mick.
They managed to stop losing time near the bottom of the track. You see them just bouncing onto curve 15, how high they go. Probably a sled width too high in the middle, but dealt with it incredibly well on the exit. When you go that high in the middle, the curve wants to drop the sled out early and then come up on the exit. But they fixed that mistake really well, and even with that second place, they can be proud of a job well done this weekend.
The Americans, Mueller and Haugsja, winners from Lake Placid, 8th here last season in Sigulda, starting 10th. Second run from this point on, an awful lot can change, we think. as we get towards Nagla, Malaya, Gat and Schurf, Eggert, Müller, Stoy, Kindle, all the way down to our leaders. The Latvians, Sevic, Mikkel Sevic and Krasts. Latvia, remember, 2 of the first 3 in this men's doubles first run.
These guys full of confidence after last week in Lake Placid. The last World Cup in Lake Placid, and they're looking good here. There's a great 14, still in the green, lost a little bit of time, but still only 1 curve left to go.
Yeah, Müller and Haugsjaer fancy this, I think. Di Gregorio and Hollander, their teammates, the target by 2 thousandths. They get in front of them by 2 thousandths.
Incredible tiny margins. Müller, Haugsjaer, when you're full of confidence, you slide like it. And when it's going your way, it's going your way. This transition from 13 to 14, just bouncing on a little bit. Had to keep it really low around 13 after that late entrance, and then fixed it all for this 14. That's absolutely great sliding down the straightaway from the Americans.
Smiles of relief there. They won't stay there, but they're in front for now, and they may yet move up. Nagla, Malaya are next. Bruna Weichensteiner, one of their Italian teammates, in 4th at the moment. But Rita Keinsveld, the 5th after the first run. So Nagla, Malaya, fresh from 5th in Lake Placid. 3rd in Park City. Serious players, but having to do it from 9th here. But so aware of how tight we are from now on in terms of the timings here. First thing they have to do is finish ahead of Müller and Haugsjaer. And if they can come up with a really fast run, you don't know where it might take them.
Well, this is a good top section from the Italians. It's going to be so tight after this in terms of time, but they've almost got a 1/4 of a second to play with. They're building on that 700ths of a second of lead, and they've almost tripled it to a 1/4 of a second.
Yeah, this looks excellent so far from Nagla and Malaya. They really are setting a time here. How good is that? Nearly 4 tenths clear of Müller and Haugsjaer. Takes them to the top, 41.826. They would have been 4th after the first run. They have flown there.
And we said this after the first run. We said, could this run stand the test of time? And you've got to look at that run and how tight the times are in these top few sleds and think, could this run stay on top for a few more sleds? Could they climb the leaderboard?
I'd be surprised after that if they stay 9th, but we'll see. Gat and Schurf, an advantage of 0.152 over the leaders, Nagla and Malaya. We get down now to those that we still think, with a good run, could make the podium. 2nd overall in this World Cup at the moment. Yuri Thomas Gat, Ricardo Schurf, let's see.
Well, it was a good start from Gat and Schurf, but they've lost some of that advantage. It's only down to 5 thousandths, though, so still very small margins of time. 11-12, a little late to 12. Early height in 12 doesn't put them perfectly for 13. But let's see this long straightaway. They've got it back on track, and they're only 23 thousandths back.
But it already shows you how tight it is and what can change quickly. It didn't take much for them to slip into those red numbers. Have they recovered it here? Gat and Schurf, they have not. They have not. Nagla and Malaya take over from them. So it's going to be a disappointing weekend here for Gat and Schurf, starting 2nd overall. A win in Winterberg, remember. 4th in Park City, 8th in Lake Placid. You don't want that theme to continue.
No, we know Gat and Schurf can be so fast on their day, but definitely a weekend to forget. It's a great shot back there into 10, and this is the exit of 14, where they managed to fix some of those slightly choppy mistakes from 11 through to 14. And then the finish curve, See them pushing, pressing back with the shoulders, pressing back with the head. But it was a little bit too little, too late from this very accomplished Austrian pairing.
Eggert and Müller, talking of accomplished. Go next. Tony Eggert, remember, 4-time winner here in Sigulda with Sascha Beneken. Now with Müller. These two top of the World Cup standings right now, but starting this second run, joint 6th with Stoy and with Kindle. Here they go, Eggert and Müller. 41.938 in that first run. Nagler and Malaya have already gone quicker than that in the second run, so that is pressure on Eggert and Müller. 700ths inside the time at the moment of Nagler and Malaya.
Well, it never looks pretty with Tony Eggert on top of the sled, but it's always so fast. But big loop into 14. They're all over the place in 14, having to get it back together. That was definitely not pretty from 13 to 14, but managing to maintain the sled on its runners.
But you can see how slow they're going. You can see that they've lost time. You can see that they're going to drop right down 10th for Eggert and Müller. Nagler, Malaya trying not to look happy about it. But Nagler and Malaya still lead the way with 6 sleds to go.
This is the style of Tony Eggert, really letting the sled run. He runs it loose. But this is where the problem was, riding up on the exit of 13 and then slamming onto the entrance of 14. Lucky not to faceplant into the short wall, using all that experience just to keep the sled going down the track.
Yeah, not happy, but you can't win every week, you know. On the podium, but he knows they're not going to stay there. Stoy and Kindle, 6th after the first run. Nagler, Malaya the target. Just under 0.2 of a second to play with. Not much separating these top pairs now. And Nagler, Malaya have put themselves in a great position after a stunning second run.
Well, this is where the podium is really open to any of these teams. If they get their lines right, if they get their sliding right into curve 10, and it's looking good from the Austrians. That curve 11, just a beautiful singles line from 11 to 12. Much more difficult to do on a double sled. Just falling off 14 though, having to drop the feet.
Yeah, just trying to hold it together, which they've done fairly effectively, but they've lost time, just under 600ths. Have they lost any more? That's the big question. Stoy and Kindle come to the end, and they have lost more. Nagler, Malaya still lead with 5 to go. It was that tiny mistake that cost them.
Oh, that was disaster for the Austrians. As you say, not a big mistake, just riding up on the exit. We'll see a replay of that in a second. That was the entrance of 14, just getting thrown on, drop them down in the middle, and then falling off the end of the curve. It was a very good correction, to be fair. But when sliding is this close, and when the teams are that close to the podium together, a mistake like that just won't get you on the podium.
Well now, bearing in mind 5 to go, 2 of whom you would say are not necessarily hugely used to this. Let's see, still Nagler, Malaya lead. Here are their teammates. Rieder, Keinswaldner with just over 0.2 of a second advantage. Can they hold it together here, as others have not been able to do? And straight away they've lost time up at the top of the track here, Rieder and Keinswaldner.
Into 11, 12 smooth, and it's a good line from 12 to 13 as well. They're going to try and make up some of that lost time, but they're still losing time. They've just got 1/10 of a second to play with, and it's down to even less.
Down to round about 800ths. It still should be enough, as they're fairly clean down at the bottom of the course, and it is enough, just over 1/10 of a second. Their teammates eclipse Nagla and Malaya. 4 to go. Italy 1 and 2 here right now. This is going to be good now, I tell you.
And I think it just shows what a great run previously we saw from Nagla Malaya. We talked about it standing the test of time. Their teammates knocked them up the top perch, but not until they'd picked up 3 or 4 spots. That great shot into 15, the signature curve here in Sigulda. So much G-force in the exit, probably the highest G-curve left in the world of sliding. The Italians dealing with it like a walk in the park.
And by the way, Nagla Malaya still #1 in the second run. Still the quickest. It's all you can do, really. Müller and Frauscher to go next. 3rd here in Sigulda last year, 5th in the overall standings. 3rd in Winterberg, 3rd in Lake Placid, in between that 13th in Park City. They want to get back on that podium. They have every chance, not just of that, but maybe even of the win. Do not write them off. But for now, the target is Rieder and Keinsvaldner. A little bit of time in hand. They've got just over 200ths of a second here, Müller and Frauscher.
Well, Müller-Frauscher with a solid start. They got 500ths of a second to play with. Into 10, this short transition to 11, one of the better ones we've seen. That's a glorious transition from 11 to 12 and putting together a very useful run, exactly the same to the thousandths of a second in terms of the advantage as they take it into 15.
Just extended it a touch to just over 700ths now, Müller and Frauscher. It should be enough. Have they held on here ahead of Rieder and Keinsvaldner? They have. They have. Müller and Frauscher go in front now. 3 pairs to go, including the 2 Latvian pairs that this crowd are desperate to see win.
Well, it was a great run from that pair. This is a small mistake. They had to make a little correction on the entrance to 13. You can see Müller working so hard on the top of the sled to keep it stable through 13. But that's definitely put pressure on the top 3.
So the massive course specialists, Martins, Bots and Roberts Plumer. 3rd, just behind Vendel and Alt, and Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Krasts. Won both meets here 2 years ago. Won again 3 years ago. 2nd here last year. This is their place. Bots from Sigulda, wanting to do his hometown proud. And they are right in this. They need to be quick. And if they can produce something special here, could yet be gold again here for Bots and Plumer.
Well, they put it right at the start. 500ths to play with. 10 to 11, that low line that they do around 10 works really well for them. And they're extending on that lead. They're up to almost 800ths of a second. This is looking like a solid run into curve 15 from the Latvians.
Over a 10th now. What kind of pressure are they going to exert? Could this be a run even to gold from Bots and Plumer? They're going to lead, but they know how good that was. Fastest run we've seen so far on this second run. What a time to produce that. Bots and Plumer lead the way, only 2 sleds to go now.
Well, that was fabulous, especially from 14 down. Look at him, he's even got a smile on his face going down the straightaway. He knows the hard work's been done at the top of the track. And then this finish curve, squeezing even more speed out of this track. Fantastic sliding from the home team, staying cool under pressure.
Two pairs to go, starting with the legends, Vendel and Alt. They're the only pair that can deny Latvia a win here. Latvians either side of them, but they won here in Sigulda last year. Their second win on this track. Still Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras to go. Vendel and Aert with 0.07 of a second over Botzen Plumer. We know how quick, though, Botzen Plumer were. Can Vendel and Aert keep pace with that? They've just extended just over 0.08 of a second. So far, so very, very good from the German legends here.
Yes, such a nice line there from 11 onwards. We talk about certain curves setting the tone. It has done for the Bavarians as they go into 15. All that pressure in the exit, and they're still in the lead.
Looking really, really good. Still staying in front, still green. Do they lead? They do by 7 thousandths. By 7 thousandths, they lost time down at the bottom, Vendel and Aert, but it was just enough, only just. Skin of their teeth for the two Tobys.
Well, that finish curve almost did for the Tobys. Wiping the ramp down, making sure everything is perfect. We saw the start, but that mistake they made in the finish curve, 11 was good, I thought. Looks smooth, nice arcing line through 11. But they did enough to hold on and put the pressure on our leaders.
Yeah, they know. Wow, what a moment for these two. Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras. Latvian cheers go up absolutely everywhere. Can they hold their nerve for one of the great days here? 24-year-olds here in Sigulda. Great juniors going for a World Cup gold here. They're in the green at the moment. They're trying to hold their nerve. Can they do it?
Well, they don't have a lot to play with. They've gone from 1/1000th of a second advantage to 0.03 of a second. This is going to come down to the wire. The straightaway's good into 15. They've got to hold it on the exit, and they do.
They've extended the advantage. Is it going to be enough? This is going to be so, so close for gold. It's the Latvians, and they've done it. And they've done it. What a win for Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras. Hats off to the youngsters. They hold their nerve all right. Under pressure from two of the best ever, but they were the best today. And look what it means to them. It is Latvian triumph in Sigulda.
So good to see. Home victories in front of this hugely patriotic home crowd. And what a way to do it. It literally came down to the 1/1000th of a second as they went into curve 10. They lost all that advantage. And then they slowly clawed it back, 1,000th by 1,000th. And then 15, 16, where they had to be perfect. They really were. But that went down to the wire.
Just fantastic. Here's the line that did it for them. Perfectly aerodynamic. Well done, fellas. Well done. Many said Botzen Plumer. They were third. It was Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Kras who built throughout the week, who take gold in the men's doubles here in Sigulda, and there's the reaction.
That finish curve from the youngsters, just sealing their victory. Such fine, fine margins, and such a great audience to do it in front of. The home crowd here in Sigulda always come out. They always bring their cowbells. They always cheer loud, and they're used to seeing Latvian victories here.
Yeah, absolutely. A track that they own, but you've still got to do it. And I'm so impressed at the way they responded to that pressure. And they did so. They were second fastest in the second run to get ahead of Vendel and Aert. Botzen Plumer, who were fastest in the second run, third. Müller-Frauscher third, Rieder Kynes-Waldner fifth. And then down towards the bottom, it was Martin Zovsky and Babora who won the battle of the Ukrainians. And great credit in a different way to the third Latvian pair, Marketans and Lazdans, who finished 14th in the end. So we will, as the saying goes, put a bow on things for you. Presentations here. We'll have interviews from our winners. We'll also hear from the women's winners earlier. Someone's brought a sign, which is always great. Much to look forward to tomorrow. Don't forget, conclusion of both singles runs, and as well as the team relay. These are great scenes. Here come the presentations. Bots and Plumer will be delighted to be on the podium, and they'll be delighted for their teammates, but there's a tiny part of them will be disappointed, of course there is.
Well, it could have been so easily as well been a Latvian 1-2, just back by 7/1000ths of a second from silver. Bots and Plume as well, as Ainis Vagelis, the Latvian president of the International Luge Federation, hands out the flowers.
Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Krasts win it over Vendel and Alt, over Bots and Plumer in an absolutely thrilling race. The Latvians posing the edge, probably taken off the historical relevance of the picture by the fact a giant penguin standing in it. Here's the table. Vendel and Alt lead the way by a point from Bots and Plumer. Gatt and Scherp down to third. Eggert Müller down to fourth. Müller-Frauscher fifth. And Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Krasts up to sixth. It's going to be fun, you know, that race. What a day. Great day. Great fun. And I wouldn't want to pick a winner of that men's doubles table. I wouldn't want to pick a winner of the men's doubles at the Olympic Games either. That feels like it could be any of the top 8 or 9 pairs. They've all shown that they're capable of winning. Great day in Sigulda. Join us for more tomorrow. But we will wait to hear from our podium athletes. Bots and Plumer finishing in the end in third. Vendel and Alt were second, and Sevic, Mikkelsevic and Krasts leading the way for Latvia. And so we stay with you.
Congratulations, a win here on home soil. It's
to hear from the guys.
Win, overall World Cup win. How do you feel after this?
Oh, perfect, just perfect. Like these emotions in home track, our first win, it's incredible. And also our partner birthday present.
We made ourselves my present today, yeah.
Yeah, it's your birthday here. How did your crowd support you today?
It's everybody comes to congratulate. It's just nice, and also this, and it's just perfect day. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Birthday present for Lucas Krasts. We'll hear from Vendel Alt and Bots Plumer upcoming as well. And then, of course, from our women's podium before we leave you here from Sigulda from an action-packed opening day. Well, we still wait to hear from Vendel and Alt. Here they are.
Guys, congratulations, P2 here in Sigulda. During training, you said it was quite hard and quite tricky. What did you change for the race today?
No, you mean in Lake Placid was quite tricky. The training here went very well. We had really good runs. I mean, it was colder in the week, and the change was not so easy to the warm. But yeah, in the end, two little mistakes cost the first place. But it's not a shame. They are 13 years younger, and it's good. So how it is.
And it's a special gift for him because he has birthday today. He got 25, I think, and so we let him win this time.
And then Bots and Plumer finishing in third. Second Latvians, here they are.
Congratulations, podium here on home soil. The crowd really supported you. We heard a wild roar when you went through the finish. How was the race for you? Take us through your run.
It's a great feeling to make a great result at home. It means really much for us that fans came support, friends are here. It means a lot to us, so we are really grateful. Thank you.
Well, we did have our women's event earlier, our women's doubles, and to tidy that up as well. Hopefully hear from our podium athletes in that as well before we leave you. Here's our top three. First, the Italians, Ferter and Oberhofer. Great run from them. Eitberger, Machina in second. They'd led and they were overhauled. And our winners, once again, Zelina Egler and Lara Kipp. Let's hear from them all now.
Guys, congratulations, a podium here in Sigulda, a track that is known to be very technical, very difficult. How did you approach this track this weekend?
Today we had a second good run. The first run was a little bit tough, but also yesterday, the last training run, we had some issues out of 15, but we too did a good job today and we're so happy.
Guys, congratulations, great run here. First run was quite close, second run as well, but not in your favor. What did change in the second run?
Nothing. Of course, we are professional athletes, but Sigulda is a very hard place for us, and so we just want to be alive in the end of the week. So we count all the runs we have, and I think this result is so much better than last year, and we're happy that we finished our race today. And so it doesn't matter if it's a little bit more faster in the first run than in the second run.
Girls, congratulations, what a run here. We saw in the first run your start, you weren't quite happy with it. What did you change for the second run that you got the win in the end?
We talked to our coaches again, and it was definitely better the start curve. The run was also really good. Some little mistakes, but for Sigulda, I think it's pretty okay, and we're really happy about it.
Very technical track here. How did you approach it? What did you change from the training now to the races?
We didn't change much. The training was pretty good, except for the start curve. So we tried our best. The first run wasn't good, but like Celine said, the second run, we made it better.
So we've heard from everybody now. Great day here in Sigulda. Sigulda thrills indeed, as you can see on that sign. And all we can say is we look forward immensely to tomorrow, the singles climax, both men's and women's. We had our first runs earlier on today, and then the team relay to come as well, which Mark always describes quite rightly as wacky races. So we got all of that to come Hope you enjoyed today from Sigulda. Beautiful, beautiful surroundings. If you ever get a chance to visit here, just down the road from Riga, then take it. We've had some great racing today. Great win for the young Latvians, the birthday win for Krasts. We shall see you tomorrow for much more action. For now, though, from Mark and from me, it's bye-bye until tomorrow.
EPA, MFR31, Euro Sport Output. EPA, MFR31, Euro Sport Output.